All right. It has been a minute since I have been on the Blueberry Wolf Bridge No Intro RPG channel. Okay. And yet again, I'm going to be doing something new. Folks, wouldn't it be great if people in the TTRPG community watched Jonasai? What's up, baby? First in the live chat, gold medal on to thee. Watched TTRPG related content on YouTube, but they don't. I don't blame them. Listen, it seems to me that when it comes to the internet shenanigans, the TTRPG people, Tim Frey, what's up? Second up, silver medal, grabbing it. It's the Reddits, you know, it's forums. I don't, you know what I mean? People, Discord, people like to read, listen, it's visual, it is what it is. God bless you, Jonas. God bless you. May your plumbing look. It's cock and balls. Listen, no, it's plumbing. Listen, hey, we reach a certain age. Speaking of reaching a certain age, listen, no, folks, I kid. Genocide. Don't make that to your stress. Just try and lighten the mood. Come on. Hey, what? I'm busting your pipes. Folks, wouldn't it be great if on TCRPG YouTube the jokes were funny? Hey, folks, wouldn't it be great on TTRPG YouTube if people liked to tune in to TTRPG content? But, they don't. You know what I mean? And so I'm not going to. I started off thinking, I'm going to just stick to my guns and I'm just going to make TTRPG related material because, I'm going to fight the good fight and just keep it pure. But, then I said to myself, what is the point of making videos that nobody watches? There's no point at all. So doing an analysis of what people actually watch on YouTube, I am going to. I've done this before. I watch J.Scott Garibay videos, like I obviously watching J.Scott Garibay videos. I watch everything this guy does, and I know that there's at least 20 other poor souls who do the same. And I refuse to believe that there's any one of us who are doing so because we agree with this man or what he's saying. And I'm sure that we are all doing it because there's a class of YouTube content creator. It's a pejorative term, and I do not use it as as a in a derogatory way. I merely use it because it in an effort to communicate. The term is lolcow. Darkside Phil, King Cobra JFS, Amberlyn Reed, Foodie Beauty, peace be upon her name. Assalamu alaikum. Nom nom nom. Joke. Hey, Lord of mercy. Listen, people like to watch certain people whose take on things is so terminally unique that watching them seems to elicit a visceral response in those who watch. And it seems to be just fascinating. J.Scott Garibay seems to be TTRPG's YouTube's one and only singular one of these. I believe, I have a theory that the watching of these individuals communally has a special frisson, though it doesn't seem that anyone has concentrated their energy on digesting J.Scott Garibay content like other people have done so to these other individuals. I'm going to be streaming J.Scott Garibay in a concentrated format, concentrating on his content in the spirit of fair use, commenting on it, transformative work, not to insult, not to denigrate, but merely to appreciate collectively with you the wonder and the individuality that is this man who, I will be honest, makes absolutely no sense. Whether it is just simply his drive to make content, which he does at scale, the man makes many videos every day, or whether it is that his highly individual take on the world is the result of some, I am not looking to run afoul of either my own personal moral and ethical desire not to, as a layperson, diagnose or judge another person where I do not have the expertise to judge another person, or to run afoul of YouTube's rules against, you know, saying things about another individual. But whether or not it's because he is playing a part or whether or not there's something organic about Mr. Garibay that makes him view the world in such a highly unique way that clearly is objectively different than the world actually is, we're going to look at him together because the world is not as it seems to be reported as Mr. Garibay says that it is. We're going to concentrate on our beginning of our journey with Scott gets on tears. He picks up on themes, and the current theme du jour for Mr. Garibay is an individual by the name of Orion Acaba, and Scott's desire to see Orion Acaba return to a stream, a D&D stream you may have heard about, a little D&D let's play, if you will, known as Critical Role. Okay, let's put this in context. Critical Role has been going on for some time. It's the big dog of the live action playthroughs of Dungeons and Dragons. It's the big one, right? When we talk about the great revival of Dungeons and Dragons popularity, it was Stranger Things, 5th edition, and Critical Role. Jonaside, I wanted 2 gold medals, and I actually got the Twitch notification. Jonaside joining us on Twitch as well. The double hit is yours. We say hello to Twitch. Jonaside, you are in Toon Universes, and you get 2 gold medals onto thee. Melt those bad boys down. The prize is yours. You are the Orion Acaba of this live stream. That'll make sense in a moment. Critical Role has been going on as a live stream to great success since approximately 2015 or 2014. That is important to know because Orion Acaba was one of the original, let's call them cast members. He appeared on the first 27 episodes and then was let go. The original cast members all continued on, but he was not invited to return with them past his original 27 episode run. Important to know. Orion Acaba has not been part of the Critical Role team for approximately 8 or 9 years. This is important to know. It is also important to know for context that at the time that he left Critical Role, it was in the sort of standard public relations. They went their way, we went our way. We wish them the best of luck. No hard feelings here, no hard feelings there. We're just going in, quote unquote, different directions, right? And as often is the case when those sort of public, very public breakups, or, the cast member doesn't return, or this thing sort of thing happens, it's not Charlie Sheen leaving, was that two single guy, whatever that show was. It's not like a big public, it wasn't some thing that everybody knew about. It was just, somebody doesn't return, and it's left with that big, nice, tie a bow on it, public relations. Everything's fine. We're just not working together anymore. There's speculation. And the critter community, as the fans are known, speculated. Oh, we knew it was going to be bad. We knew they were going to break up. We knew they weren't going to have him back because he cheated on his roles. He was bad energy at the table. He was too domineering at the table, too much main character energy. Whatever the case may be, people talked. But important to know, both from the Orion Acaba public relations perspective on Instagram, Twitter as it was known, and everything else, as well as Critical Role itself, the official word was always no hard feelings. We wish him the best. He was a great guy. We love him. We're still friends with him. Fantastic. We're just going in a different direction. There was no, what a piece of garbage. We hate the guy. He sucks. We can't believe he did what he did. We apologize to the community on behalf of everything he did with us. We can't believe we exposed you guys to that amazing dirtbag. None of that. And this is all important to know, because we'll see as we watch about 9 videos that I've put on. Scott has made an amazing amount of videos over a couple of years, but we're only going to play one video from about 3 years ago, and then we're going to play a couple of the recent videos that he's made. We're going to get us through as many videos as we can, and I'm just going to play them, and then we're going to pause them and just note where Scott has an opportunity to, number one, misrepresent. And basically, I think what happens is that Scott's going to really tell us about how he feels about himself and the world of today, and in very strange ways. And also, he's going to absolutely misrepresent what happened and what's going on. He's going to tell us a lot of things about how he feels about people in Hollywood. And, well, we're going to get to these things as we get to them. So let's just dive right in and start watching a video. The first video we're going to watch is from, I think, about 3 years ago. And the reason I play it is because it's going to give us an opportunity to see Scott say some very strange things that I just want to talk about, because, quite frankly, it's just going to give us an opportunity to get to know J.Scott Garibay and have J.Scott Garibay, I'm going to be completely honest, show us his whole ass. J.Scott Garibay, I believe, is a subscriber to this channel. J.Scott Garibay, in my comment section on other videos, has said very nasty things to me. That's fine. He's also said nice things to me about when I did a video about Shona. Okay? And it is what it is. I'm not trying to pick a fight with J.Scott Garibay. I think I'm a fan of J.Scott Garibay. That's how I would define myself, even though, like, there's musicians that I like that I listen to them and I say, why am I listening to this? It's driving me up the wall. It's like Andy Kaufman. You know what I mean? I don't know. Am I enjoying it? He's like living art. But what he certainly isn't, and he should know this, and I think he should know this too, is that sometimes I think he's under the impression that people watch him because they think that he's like making like provocative thoughts, or that he's making points that are intriguing or thought provoking. And it's like I really want him to know and understand that no, people are just. It's like that comedy album by Adam Sandler. Like, they're just laughing at you. I'm just being honest with him. It's like he just needs to know and understand that no one. I don't believe that there's anyone out there who thinks they're making great points. Also, I really think that that there's a real separation between. I don't think it's an act, and I think there's a real separation between him and objective reality, which is, it is what it is. The only real problem is that oftentimes he records his videos while driving. I am a licensed attorney. I don't know what the laws in Pennsylvania are, but in New Jersey, this is not technically legal advice, but I think I can just say this. The rules on operating a hands-free device, you have to keep your hands on the wheel. Okay, it's just what it is. You just got to be safe. Okay, here we go. The first one is the lessons of Orion Acaba and the family you choose, ? Let's get into it. Here we go. Press play.
Hi, this is Scott Garibay.
Fair use, fair use, fair use. Transformative work, yada, yada, yada. Not trying to steal his views. Just trying to comment upon comments in the marketplace of ideas, yada.
And today we're going to talk about Dungeons and Dragons. We're going to talk about Critical Role, and most importantly, we're going to talk about Orion Acaba. And we're specifically going to delve deeper into the Orion Acaba problem. And let's get into it. All right. So first of all, I'm fascinated by Orion Acaba. So he played Tiberius Strongwind. Tiberius Stormwind, I think. Tiberius Stormwind. And I'm from Chacronia. And basically, so Orion Acaba was there at the beginning of Vox Machina. Vox Machina is now the most successful Dungeons and Dragons campaign that has ever been put anywhere, bar none. And the reason why is it ended, right? Its current ending, right, and it's probably gonna have multiple endings, right, is with an Amazon animated show, which was absolutely incredibly good, that I miss every day. I'm like, where's season 2? Right? Like,
I mean, I don't know how you ascertain objectively the success, or what is the most successful Dungeons and Dragons campaign of all time. It was what it was. It was a Critical Role show that ended up being turned into an anime show. What it is, what it is. But we need to know that Orion Acaba was not part of the Vox Machina anime show. His character was not part of that show. Okay? Orion Acaba was a member of the cast of Critical Role for the first 27 episodes of Critical Role. Vox Machina, the show, the anime show, was made many moons later. Many moons later, years after Orion Acaba had left Critical Role. That's important to know.
And also, like, Vox Machina's campaign has brought literally millions of collective hours of joy from millions of fans, right? Like, it would be millions.
It would be millions of hours to millions of fans. I'm not trying to be grammatical, whatever.
It is the pinnacle of success for any Dungeons and Dragons campaign ever played, and nothing even comes close.
It's not a campaign. It was based on a campaign. It's a show. It was a scripted show that was based on characters generated in a campaign. That's my understanding of what it was.
So Orion Acaba, fascinating figure. He was there. He had a character that was in Vox Machina.
He did not have a character that was in Vox Machina
web show, but was gone in Vox Machina, the Amazon show, right?
When he was on Critical Role, it was not, my understanding was that Vox Machina wasn't Vox Machina. It was a campaign. Vox Machina, the show, was based on this campaign, and I'm not even sure J.Scott Garibay is what's known as an unreliable witness, right? His recollection of events and his recollection and narration of facts is not reliable as far as accuracy in detail, or, you know what I'm saying.
And what's interesting is not just a little bit, 27 episodes, and Orion Acaba being in the beginning of the episodes. If
they weren't episodes, they were live streams.
If you start Vox Machina, if you start Critical Role where it starts, you're going to run into one of their worst players of all times right there at the start, right? So that the entry into Vox Machina, the entry into Critical Role, is brutally damaged by this fascinating figure, Orion, this dark shrouded figure, Orion.
So the problem is that J.Scott Garibay himself is already telling us and leading in by telling us that, in his estimation, Orion Acaba was a problematic figure and was damaging to this Critical Role product, which is I don't watch Critical Role. I've seen about 45. I've probably seen like 15 minutes of Critical Role. I find it barf-inducing. The notion of watching these D-bag, pseudo-pretty people. The women are not beautiful enough to be A-list actresses. The dudes look like theater geeks. They're just barfalicious to me. Like, you know what I mean? And they talk. It's just gross to me. It's just, I've always been disgusted by it. So when I don't want to go with
Orion Acaba, right? And he is important from so many angles, right? Yeah, so one of the biggest ones is I'm always saying this. I'm saying Dungeons and Dragons is everything, right? Like, it is like so important, and the idea that it is a game is ludicrously shallow view held by.
Dungeons and Dragons is a game. I mean, it's a great game. It's a fantastic game, and role playing has angles and aspects of it that branch out and can be important. Do you know what I mean? But it absolutely 100% is a game. And when people start talking about it like it's not a game, right? It's time to call the nurse. And if there's anyone in the audience of this video who has a problem with that analysis, guess what? I'm not the one with the problem. You are. Right? And this is not like saying it's exclusive to Dungeons and Dragons. Like when people talk about the Grateful Dead, it's not just a band; it's a lifestyle. Oh, you've got no. It's a band. 100% is a band. You know what I mean?
Only the most stunted intellects, right? Like, yeah, in my opinion. Right?
In your opinion, that's fantastic.
And people are like, "Oh, no, that's not the case, Scott." Well, like, look at Orion Acaba, right? Vox Machina is a D&D campaign. It's a Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition campaign. Say what you want. Pretend it's not. It is. It is D&D 5e to the core, to the bone, to the marrow, right?
And so I just want to also point out this is that you can see the man's emotion. And I just want to say, when you, as an adult, especially as an adult, get highly emotive about certain things that are not your house burning down, someone's, has stolen your child, you know what I mean? The kid is missing. Your car's got $15,000 of damage or more. And even then, right, if you're getting this emotional about a sports team, about a game of D&D or this, that, you have a problem and you need to talk to someone, in my humble opinion, because there are certain things that one shouldn't feel this intensely about. Because if we're talking about Star Wars, it is a game about a movie about space wizards for children, and if it's D&D, it's a game about rolling math rocks for 12-year-olds. It is. It's a game of pretend.
And I know everybody wants to deny it. You can't.
Not everyone wants to deny
Critical
it.
Role is 5e. It is integral to their success. And a lot of people are saying, no, it's
they're
done it with anything. You can't, right? Like, there's no evidence to believe that, right? So, but let's get all the way
Nobody
there.
mentioned the Grateful Dead.
Right? This D&D campaign proves a massive lie in our culture, an absolutely shocking, massive lie in our culture. The family you choose, right?
Oh, here we go.
This is the piece. It's come up over the last years. You hear it everywhere, and many people.
This is the part where the analysis of me is my analysis is going to go deep, because this is where J.Scott Garibay is going to tell us that the family you choose. This is an important concept, especially in the LG. Well, not especially in the LGBT community, but we often hear about it in the LGBT community. The family you choose. We have our birth family. Our your parents and whatever, and your siblings, and then sometimes your family of birth and birth origin is actually a piece of garbage family, right? The homosexual child is born into a family born again Christians who are going to send them to a Christian identity torture chamber camp where they're going to beat the gay identity, try to beat the gay identity out of them, or or disown you if you don't change your ways, or your father, you're a female and your father is a child molester and you have to run away from home, to escape him, and your mother's in denial and won't accept your testimony as you desperately cry to her to save you from his clutches. There's a lot of reasons why, you have to be able to know that unfortunately everybody needs a family, but the family of your birth origin is not going to fit the bill, because unfortunately people are people, and some people are not capable of providing the love that you need because people are damaged. Some people are just damaged. I don't want to call certain people evil, but certain people are just really problematic, really, really problematic. And some people are pieces of garbage. And some people don't exist, right? Some people lose people. And some people are born into foster homes. And some people are born into orphanages and don't get adopted out. And some people need these families of choice. And on the streets and in their alternative communities, they find these new families of choice. And Scott is going to tell us that those families of choice are garbage, aren't real. And he's going to base this on the fact that Orion Acaba, who wasn't a member of a family of choice, but actually was a part of a friend group that turned into a business, was let go from a business. Then, spoiler alert, I'm going to tell you that J.Scott Garibay has no idea what he's talking about, and he's going to say a whole bunch of crazy stuff that makes no sense.
We'll point to Critical Role as it, like the family you choose, right? Like the idea that Sam Riegel and Matthew Mercer are brothers, right? And at this point, they're the family you choose, right? And people desperately want this to be true, right? And I get it, right? The reason why family you choose is so important, right, is because this idea of there's many parents. Like I heard a amazing quote the other day, right? Which I'm not positive this is. I think this is fascinating. I'm not saying it's right, okay? But they were like, there are no illegitimate children. There are illegitimate parents, right? And so many people want this cultural icon, this cultural truth to be true, right? Like we're stating it as true, but does the evidence support it, right?
The evidence that there are no illegitimate children, they're illegitimate parents. Is he stating that that's wrong? Because if that's wrong, he's saying that I don't. Well, let I don't want to put words in his mouth. So let's let J.Scott Garibay explain himself.
And so one of the things is, this the family you choose, because so many parents have quite literally walked away from their children, right? And many children are being raised with one parent now, right?
Unrelated, and he's going to conflate things now.
And there's just absolutely no evidence that this is healthy for any child in the world, right? That and correct.
The notion of people being in single parent households and the positivity or the negativity or the negative aspects of single parent households is an unrelated subject to the subject of families you choose. And by the way, no one has ever suggested that whatever Sam Riegel and Matt Mercer have said about we're like brothers has anything to do with the actual notion of the family you choose, because you're my brother, man, is not the same as the notion of the bonds of the family we choose, alternative family units, families of it is what it is.
If I'm wrong, show me the reports are like, yeah, one parent's great. It works better than two parents all the time.
No one is, it's not about a competition between single parent households and two parent households. Oftentimes the discussion is defending people from denigrating people that come from single parent households or denigrating and acting like single parent households aren't capable of producing children that can fully function well in society.
Or even half the time, or even a quarter of the time, right? Like there's a lot of proof that it's not great, right? Like,
well, you provide your evidence.
So this family you choose, we desperately want this to be true, right? And
again, you haven't talked about family you choose. You just skedaddled into the notion of single parent households, which is nothing to do with anything.
And
again, let's bring back to the core subject. Orion Acaba was let go from a job.
And here's evidence right in this D&D game.
There's no evidence in this D&D game because this D&D game is not a family. Orion Acaba was an employee of Critical Role, and he was let go from the employment situation.
That it's not true. It's a lie, right? Like family you choose is crap. It's junk, right? It
has nothing to do with the family you choose. It wasn't his family. It was his job.
It's just not true, right? And here's why. Orion Acaba, he's right there at the beginning, right? He's the guy, he is the guy who had the golden ticket to the Wonka factory and got kicked out in the lobby, right? And he was there. He was friends with them, he
didn't get kicked out of the lobby. He got kicked out after 27 episodes. And everybody seems to know and understand that the reason he got kicked out was because he effed up. He screwed it up. There are plenty of people who got kicked out of bands. There are plenty of people who have quit bands. And there are plenty of people who screwed up great situations and who regret it, right? Izzy Stradlin left Guns N' Roses. He wasn't fired. He left. Steven Adler got kicked out of Guns N' Roses. He screwed up his golden ticket. Even though they say it was like a nice, good thing, and everyone said, hey, we're all friends at the end, da-da-da-da, most people understand the situation as Orion Acaba got kicked out of Critical Role, and that anyone who has got anyone to blame, they got themselves to blame. It is what it is. What are you going to do?
And he bobbled it. He bobbled the ball in 50.
And you just said it. J.Scott Garibay himself just said that Orion Acaba bobbled it. So what are you going to do?
50 different ways. And they're like, friends, family you choose until we don't. Bye.
Dude, it wasn't a family. You get kicked out of a band. You get kicked out of the group. It happens. And guess what? Look, I'm in active recovery. So I've been in a lot of rooms with a lot of people who have said, after not 3 strikes, but after 999 strikes, guess what? My sister still talks to me, but guess what? I don't get invited to the family reunion. They let me watch my grandmother's wake from outside the window. I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about other people. And they'll say, and I was thankful for it. I got to watch. And that wasn't the family thing. You know what I mean? It just is what it is. Sometimes you mess up.
Bye, Orion. And enjoy your life, seeing the massive success, glory, money, power, influence that you will never have. Bye-bye. Bye.
Now that's it. So that's the thing with J.Scott Garibay is that now he's projecting all this, and you're going to see in the future videos, he is going to project all this crazy, nasty energy onto Matt Mercer, and not just Matt Mercer, the other people in Critical Role. He's going to act as though that they're doing this, that they spend the rest of the 8-9 years like fantasizing about Orion Acaba being in a dumpster, and that they're like getting a voodoo doll of Orion Acaba and sticking it into him. There is no reason to think that they're thinking that about the dude. And there's no reason to think that Orion Acaba is sitting there going, oh man, I screwed everything up. I'm hating life. I'm sitting here. I'm a junkie. I'm in a dumpster. This is all just taking place in J.Scott Garibay's mind. Meanwhile, J.Scott Garibay is going to claim that he's a Christian. J.Scott Garibay is going to say that he's a Christian over and over again. And then in the next thing is going to say he's just going to judge, and say all sorts of nasty, crazy stuff about people he's never met. And meanwhile, he's got 4 kids at home.
Right? And it just shreds this concept of family you choose.
It does nothing. Reality is, why does it shred the concept of family you choose? No, nothing to do with family you choose, dude.
Matthew, Matthew could kick Rigel out. Done.
And what would that achieve? Wouldn't that be the same thing as, hey, man, I know you've been here, Rigel, but I'm going to kick you out and bring this other dude back because for no reason other than there's this guy out there in Pennsylvania driving around in his car, and it would make him really gassed up if we. Oh, and by the way, you
want to see the proof? It's sitting right over there, Orion Acaba, right? Family you choose isn't true, right? Family you choose is a falsity. It is friends you're friends with now, and you can dump them anytime you want. And the reality is, your family you really can't dump. I know you got problems with them. I know there's.
Here we go. We got more people. We got our friend Mario Heat in the live chat. We got to help him out. Here we go. Join us. Matthew Mercer has done some interesting things for the VA, D&D, and other geeky communities, so we could argue that crew is responsible for making D&D a little more mainstream and widespread outside of the niche it was in. I'll give this weirdo this. Orion Acaba was the least cringy one and at least somewhat entertaining out of all the other cringe lords there, lol. Overall, Critical Role is still niche and dumb. Great voice actors, some of them in video games, and that's about it. Can't hate the hustle, though. They found a way to monetize D&D. There you go. Sometimes employees just don't work out. Keith and Donna. Going on, nobody, as far as I am tracking from that niche Critical Role community, is asking for Orion back, lol. No, they're not. They're not. Good thing on this Scott guy clearly didn't understand who the target niche audience for Critical Role was and is. Orion just didn't fit. Phil Blair, I don't understand what family means. Okay. Hey, listen, fair enough. You have to find your terms.
Choose, right? But the reality is family's family. Blood's blood, right? Like,
so what? Family's family, blood's blood. My dad was a real piece of work. It's you know what I mean. He had a problem. He had a series of real problems. Believe you me, I'm better off with the adult mentor figures that I found since. It'll be the 5th anniversary of his passing on April 19th. It's no strange coincidence to me that my dad died the day before Hitler's birthday. You know what I mean? He was a real piece of work. Blood's blood. So what? A lot of people's blood ran them through the gauntlet. And a lot of people found alternative family members who didn't do that and help them heal from the crazy stuff that their families, that their blood put them through. No, I'm not hating on Scott. I just don't think Scott understands that. I don't think Scott understands his own thought process. I don't think Scott again, it's not for me to analyze Scott. It's just for me to wonder aloud at the things that Scott says as he pontificates on the internet. God bless Scott. I love you.
And if you don't share blood, Orion Acaba's true. It just takes, it don't take that much for you to be on the outside looking in.
By the way, I was fired from a family firm. My cousin fired me. He was right to do it. I don't blame him for doing it. But you can get fired from family. Oh, by the way, you want to take a look at world history? Look at the history of the British royal family. You know how many people have been iced out and killed by their blood? Oh, the Menendez brothers, right? Those dudes killed their own parents. Oh, the Amityville Horror, right? That guy killed his entire family, right? People kill their family all the time. What the heck are you talking about, Scott? I love you. But your central premise makes no sense. The term is fratricide.
Real quick, right? And then all this noise of family you choose just flutters away in the wind like confetti.
You make so much sense until someone talks about you and your logic, and then you make no sense.
Shouting it to the sky, right? Truth and wisdom and philosophy, saying, I know you like that concept, but it's not actually true.
Yeah, people killing their own blood relatives. Then all of a sudden, you make no sense, dude. But I love you. I still love you, but you don't. This is like I've done this to you before. I'm going to continue to do this. You are a fascinating individual because it's like, wow, like how can you be? Well, of course, I'm like, my ex-wife will be like, will constantly look at me, and she'll constantly look at me, get upset in public, and she's like, why do you continue to be surprised by the behavior of other human beings? And I'll be like, I don't know.
And here's a shockingly clear example of family you choose breaking.
They're not family, dude. Like, how can you not understand that the dude was not family?
It's not a reality. It's a falsity, right? very, very, very interesting, right? Like,
you are absolutely
so. Yeah, fascinating.
It's actually fascinating.
And actually, I don't even think I am absolutely fascinated with Orion Acaba.
You are fascinated with Orion Acaba because I believe that it's not about Orion Acaba. I believe that it must be something else. Perchance, speculating here at the risk of going too far, maybe it's about you.
Deep sympathy for him now.
There you go.
I don't think they were wrong to get rid of him.
What you, if they weren't wrong to get rid of him, then what are you saying?
I don't, and by the way, we're talking about this today because of Super Geek Mike's video, which is linked below, which gives incredible detail on why Orion Acaba was taken out, right? Got to watch it if you get a chance. Oh, that's my opinion. What do you think? Do you think I'm wrong? Do you think there's any truth?
Yes.
Do you think anyone can look to at what happened to Orion Acaba and still believe for a second that the family you choose is a truth and not a falsity?
I think that what happened to Orion Acaba is absolutely irrelevant to the concept of the family you choose. It has nothing to do with the family you choose. That's like saying, how can you look at what happened to Orion Acaba and think that that flat earthers don't understand the concept of pi, right? It's just absolutely unrelated. And you are a fascinating individual, and we're going to go on to the next video. This is video 1 of 9 that I'd
love to hear your thoughts. Let me know in the comments below. Please consider liking and subscribing, and have a wonderful millennium. Hi, friends. It's your pal, Scott Garibay, and today we are going to talk about Dungeons & Dragons. We're going to talk about Orion Acaba returning to Critical Role at Season 4, Episode 1, and why it's absolutely imperative that Matthew Mercer return him.
Okay, so this is the first video that we're watching that is like current. This was recorded 4 days ago, 629 views. So what I think is really going on is he's made a whole bunch of these videos, and I think this has been suggested before that J.Scott Garibay may get on these kicks because he truly, truly cares about some of these subjects, and then also he may stay stuck on some topics because they generate views, perchance, and that also may lead him into some dangerous territories as far as making wild and crazy statements, because he has to in order to keep on talking about things about which there is not many more things to say, because he just wants those views. Perchance, maybe. I don't know. I'm not in the man's head. Let's figure out what this one says. Critical Role lead Matthew Mercer and the dream return of Orion Acaba tear down from the pedestal? Question mark. Hey, we title our videos quickly. He makes about 5 to 7 to 8 to 9 to 10 to 12 videos a day. I don't know, hyperbolically. You know what I mean? Like, he makes a lot of videos a day. He records them all in his car. Most people believe that he is a DoorDasher or a Grubhubber or whatever it is what it is. Everyone makes a living. No judgment. Let's go. The dream return of Orion Acaba. Based on my research, there is no groundswell movement of people dying or petitioning for the return of Orion Acaba to Critical Role. Remember, Orion Acaba hasn't been on Critical Role since Season 1, nigh on 8 or 9 years ago.
To that seat to solve problems for Orion Acaba, solve problems that Critical Role has, and much more importantly, solve problems that the American male has.
Solve problems for Critical Role, solve problems for Orion Acaba, and solve problems for the American male. hold on to those thoughts. Number one, problems for Critical Role. What problems for Critical Role? I would suggest that the problems for Critical Role are this. They've been on for 10 years. I believe in this theory called the nostalgia loop. That the reason that Critical Role were successful, just like that Stranger Things and 5th edition of Dungeons and Dragons were really successful back in 2015, was it happened about 30 years after 1985 and the red box of Dungeons and Dragons, and 30 years after 1985 itself. That it was just 80s nostalgia writ large, and that's why all those things were successful in synergy with each other and just in synergy with the cultural zeitgeist of 80s nostalgia. People can debate that with me. Everyone's entitled to their own opinion. People want to say that D&D was 5th edition was successful because of Critical Role and Stranger Things. I don't think that they really know what they're talking about, but it doesn't really matter. But now we're 10 years out from that. I think the 80s nostalgia is fully worn out, and I think that's why you see the declining sales for this newest reiteration of Dungeons and Dragons. I think Critical Role is seen. People who follow Critical Role have recently been talking about that there's been a decline in the quality, there's been a decline in the viewership. I think the new season of Stranger Things that's coming out is going to be met with a declining audience. I think people are going to see that it's not going to be the big triumphant return that if anyone is expecting it to be. That's just my thoughts. I think if Critical Role has seen any problems, it's that it's just long in the tooth. That's my opinion. People can disagree, and we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens when everything comes out. But as far as the problems of Orion Acaba, hey, what are the problems of Orion Acaba? Look, he doesn't have a Wikipedia entry like everyone else. And you can go and look and research his career. He hasn't been getting a lot of roles. He hasn't been successful as an actor post Critical Role. What are you going to do? Being an actor, being a voice actor ain't easy. And as far as the problems of an American male, remember, folks, the American male includes the lowest of the low. It also includes Donald Trump is an American male. Jeff Bezos is an American male. I'm an American male. Every American male within the sound of my voice is an American male. Some of you are doing great. Some of you are doing bad. We all have problems, but my life doesn't suck. And there's a lot of you out there that are stressed and strained, but there's probably a lot of you out there that are going to say, hey, you know what? I'm not going to tell you that my life is in the shit house. And there's probably a lot of you that can identify a lot of other American males that are doing A-okay. But let's go on.
With deaths of despair.
I think that what we're hearing there, if he's identifying that the American male is in the depths of despair, considering that he's driving around in a car, recording video in high definition on a camera phone, I think he's telling us about how he's feeling. Not to play, futon psychiatrist here. I guess I am. Some American males absolutely are in the depths of despair. I'm not.
It is truly incredible. And what I want to talk about.
And do you think that the American males that are in the depths of despair, that their problems are going to be solved if Orion Acaba returns to Critical Role? And what do you think about the mentality of an individual who thinks that all the problems of the American male who are in the depths of despair will be solved by one individual returning to Critical Role, a live stream of super dudes and the hottest girls in the theater department playing Dungeons and Dragons.
About today specifically is how Matthew.
They're out of my league, okay. But I'm just I'm putting I want to put I always like to keep things in a certain amount of perspective. Okay.
Mercer is now in. Is what do we do with Critical Role if they decide no? If they decide, okay, so what happens if Critical Role, if season 4 of episode 1 starts and Orion Acaba is not in the seat, right? And people are like, oh, I can't wait, Scott. I can't wait to see your face when they don't bring Orion Acaba back.
I don't know if he's referring to people talking to him on Twitter, aka X. If you look in the comment section of Scott's videos, there are very, 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 very few comments. The comments that are there, if you see comments from a guy called Peace Chanter, that's me on one of my other channels, okay? So he'll constantly talk about people commenting or him getting ratioed. There's no one commenting on his videos, right? This is part of what I talk about. He is perceiving things that are not there, or he's lying. I think he's perceiving things that aren't there. That's just me. I guess giving him the benefit of the doubt.
Because boy, are you going to be in for it, Scott. Hey, you are right. I am in for it when that happens. I am in for it if that happens. I don't think
it's going to happen. There's no reason to believe that Orion Acaba is going to be anywhere near Critical Role ever again.
That's going to happen. I don't think there's any possibility. Actually, I think there's a 1% possibility that Matthew Mercer does not do the right thing and does not bring Orion Acaba back. And that will be a mournful day if that happens. And I will process it, but trust and believe I will be on it the second it happens. And I want to talk with you right now. What do we do as the D&D community if...
What is the D&D community? What exactly is the D&D community? Right? Is there a monopoly community? The vast majority of people who have ever purchased D&D and who have ever played D&D have never once gone to a convention or have ever engaged in convention play. There is no D&D community, right? What is this D&D community? It's like the movie-going community. You know what I mean? It's just this thing people constantly talk about. It's just stop it. You know what I mean?
Matthew Mercer comes in and says, we're not bringing Orion Acaba back. Okay. So first of all, that is almost impossible. And the reason why is Aaron Hansen. Critical Role, you had a little bit of gangplank to walk about Orion Acaba. Oh, no, I can't bring back Orion Acaba. You can't bring back Orion Acaba. Just his behavior is not acceptable, right? But you brought back Aaron Hansen, right? Like that abominable monster.
Phil Purnell's an American.
The things he did are far more repugnant than anything Orion Acaba is even accused of, right? Like,
hold on, wait. I gotta figure out a way we gotta bust this out. I gotta figure out a way. Let me do this. Hold on. Phil Blair's got to go get. Okay, Jonas Sider's got to achieve that. I got to do this. Here we go. Here we go. Let me do this. Let me go. I gotta do this. Hold on, watch this. I'll help us all out. I think I'm gonna help us all out. Hold on. If I pop out the live chat. This always said, no, I do this because then I do this, and then every time I hit pause, it disappears. But I think, no crap. Hold on, wait. because I want to be able to see the live chat without constantly having to go back to this thing. But I think it'll still screw me up. Hold on. It's like so bonerific. I have to figure out a way to do this where I can like observe the live chat while still doing share screen. It's the pausing of
It just, the moment they brought Aaron Hansen back, it demands that Orion Acaba come back.
Yeah, let me do this. I'm pausing him so I'll do a quick run through the live chat, and then I'll get back to the guy. Oh, here we go. Apologize. Someone mentioned Griffith the Spaces. Here we go. Philip Blair, blah, blah, blah. J.Scott just blew my mind. Everyone healthy parents. Okay, we go. Blah, 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 blah. No. Here we go. The big okay, here you go. Blah, blah, blah. Here we go. American. No. Tim Fry. American male is probably the most oppressed person in the world to his mindset. You predicted the future. Yes, he's going to get there. Human American male problems are relatively similar to those in Canada, Australia, New Zealand, UK, all over Western Europe, Japan, South Korea. Fair enough. There we go. D&D community is nothing I want to be a part of. Is the D&D community's friend, Doug and Dave. There you go. Here we go. Okay, there you go. Okay, there we go. We're fine. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Let me get back to this guy. Here we go.
Because if you bring back Aaron Hansen and you says what he did was excusable, it insults every single person of color that it is an abominable, unimaginable offense.
I don't know what we missed. Hold on, let me see. I think we may have missed something, but we're not rewinding because we got too much time on our hands. We got
every single person of color that has ever helped build Exandria, right? And there's a lot of them. Actually, there aren't a lot of them. There are a few of them, and they're important people. I stood next to Abria Iyengar at PAX 2025. Great lady, right?
Okay.
PAX Unplugged 2025.
Whatever.
Right, and it's an offense to every single person who claimed to be an ally to people of color, right? So you cannot bring on Aaron Hansen and then say, oh no, Orion Acaba is a bridge too far. You just can't do it, okay?
So I think what he's saying is that Orion Acaba was removed from Critical Role for doing things that were considered offensive, but this other dude, Aaron Hansen, did similar things that were offensive, but he's not a person of color, whereas Orion Acaba was, but Aaron Hansen was given a pass, but Orion Acaba wasn't. But Orion Acaba was suggested that he did a myriad number of things. He made people uncomfortable at the table for doing a couple of things, but he also cheated on his rolls. He cheated at spell slots or whatever. He was took up too much space. And he was also he was like a king douchebag. I don't know what he did. He just wasn't invited back. It is what it is.
So if they don't bring him back, what then happens? So first thing that happens is, I think across the board, the D&D Dungeons and Dragons community has to say, every single marginalized group that you stood up and collected the cultural checks, the cultural goodwill to say, I'm an ally for, all of that was superficial and performative and never real, right?
Meanwhile, a huge percentage of the Dungeons and Dragons community, as it's understood, is a bunch of, with all due respect, racist white dudes who are constantly bemoaning the presence of woke, commie, pinko, homo, people of color. They are, right? They hate the inclusive nature of game books. They hate safety tools. They hate this, that, and the other thing. I'm not saying all people in the Dungeons and Dragons role-playing game community are there, but there are plenty of people that have a reputation in the TTRPG community of being very, very anti-woke and very, very, we've always known that this is a game of this and Eastern Europe, white European, blah, blah, blah. So I don't know what the heck he's thinking, that there's going to be a groundswell of people who are all of a sudden going to turn on Critical Role and say, you have failed to be yada, yada. Meanwhile, plenty of times J.Scott Garibay is anti woke himself. So I don't know why he thinks he's going to lead some sort of grand charge on behalf of the woke to go against Nat Mercer for being counter-revolutionary because they failed to bring back Orion Acaba, who was accused, and in many people's estimation, of being highly patriarchal in his attitudes, apparently in some aspects of his behavior and attitude. I think I surmised. I didn't give a shit. I don't care. All the shit with Orion Acaba took place 8 or 9 years ago, and no one gives a damn.
Right. So you guys have been collecting cultural checks of goodwill.
Have they? My understanding is that Critical Role have been playing Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition somewhat, more or less, just simply LARPing and playing like they've been playing Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition, right, on a fancy stage while people watch at home for money. I didn't know that there were caching cultural checks. I didn't know that was what was going on. Had I known that was what was going on, I really wouldn't have been watching.
For a decade on lies. Right?
Lies.
And the moment that happens,
it's all
then it
lies.
Triggers two different paths for the D&D community. Okay. So one, the first path would be tear them.
The grand collective singular D&D community who moves as one, as a monolithic structure, thinking one thought about all things. That's how we got here, folks.
Down from their pedestal, right? Exactly what they did to Orion Acaba, right?
That's exactly what they did to Orion Acaba.
So Orion Acaba came in and he's like, hey, I'm going to work with you guys, and together we're going to, and for 72 episodes, he did it.
27 episodes. And by the way, Scott can tell us what happened and how Orion Acaba behaved and did things because, you know, I mean, we if you don't know the backstory on J.Scott Garibay, before he was a DoorDasher in Pennsylvania, he worked for a brief time on Critical Role at the beginning no, he didn't. He has no idea what he's talking about. This is all just a fantasy that takes place in his head because he is like Walter Mitty.
Okay. We're going to work together and we're going to build Exandria together, and we're going to build
That's not what happened. Orion Acaba actually went in there and was like, listen, folks, I'm going to tell you how it is. I'm Orion Acaba, and I'm going to tell you what's going to be like, little lady. I know you're his boyfriend. I know you're his girlfriend, but you know what you're going to do? Yeah, that's right, baby. Squeak, 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 squeak. Oh, you don't like that, dude? Well, guess what? My fingers are in your mouth. My fingers are in your mouth. And they were all like, Orion, we want desperately to work with you, but it's episode 26. Please, if you don't stop abusing us, we're going to have to let you go. You can't let me go. I'm Orion Acaba. I'm Thunderwind Stormblade. I'm the most important D&D character ever lived. That's what really happened. I know because I'm J.Scott Garibay.
Greatest setting Dungeons and Dragons has ever seen, and we're going to create the greatest Dungeons and Dragons narrative that's ever been written in history. Okay,
ever been written in history. Meanwhile, the greatest D&D narrative that was ever written in history was the grand adventure of Bleep Blorp the Blue Blue that I did when I was in 8th grade.
And that's what they did. Okay, and then they said, hey, Orion Acaba, you did some things we don't like. You're now exiled. We're going to tear you down off your pedestal. You are a Critical Role co-founder. Now we're going to make you an occupant in the cage of shame we have built for you. Get inside, right? No one is ever going. We're going to make sure that.
Yes, here we go. Here comes the grand fantasy. No one, because we're about to see more of the J.Scott Garibay amazing fantasy of Matt Mercer, the Merciless, where he just like tortures poor Orion Acaba. Hold on, wait. We don't want to miss any of it. Again. Word to the wise. I don't know what the rules are in Pennsylvania, but in New Jersey, you keep your hands on the wheel. My kids flip. Even at a stop sign, when I take I'm at a stop sign, right? So at a stop sign, at a stoplight, right? I'll take my hands off the wheel and do this, my kids flip on me. They're like, Dad, put your hands on the wheel. I'm like, oh, what? You're laughing. No, you're not.
For you, get inside, right? No one is ever going. We're going to make sure
I gotta rewind something. I need the whole cage of shame.
You are a Critical Role co-founder.
Critical Role co-founder? We don't know what the thing is. Oh wait, I need the whole thing.
Now exiled. We're gonna tear you down.
I need the whole fucking thing. I need the whole goddamn speech.
Greatest Dungeons and Dragons narrative that's ever been written in history. Okay?
Ever been written in history? What the fuck are you talking about? It's a game, dude. It's not written. It's like acted out. Like, what are you talking about, dude? And first of all, what I have seen of Critical Role, this whole notion of the greatest like adventures of like the whole story. I think the stories. I think their things are stupid. Everything that I've seen them do and say, I've always thought it's like stupid.
And that's what they did. Okay. And then they said, hey, Orion Acaba, you did some things we don't like.
I love it. Here we go. 4 minutes and 47 seconds. Let's watch the whole like J.Scott Garibay's fantasy of what they did to Orion Acaba, what they said and what they did to him.
You're now exiled.
You're exiled.
Tear you down off your pedestal.
We're gonna tear you down off your pedestal.
You are a Critical Role co-founder. Now we're going to make you an occupant in the cage of shame.
We're gonna make you an occupant in the cage of shame. Meanwhile, go back. There is an official press release. There are official statements from both parties where they clearly say we're parting ways. You go your way. Best wishes. We're simply not working together. It's all good. We wish him the best. We're just moving in different directions. But according to J.Scott Garibay, they exiled him to the cage of shame.
We have built for you.
We have built for you, like Dr. No. I hope you enjoy your cage of shame, Mr. Bond. I had it built just for you. I hope you find it to your liking for as long as you survive in it.
Get inside, right?
Inside.
No one is ever going. We're going to make sure that when every single one of us, when we're looked up, when they look up our name on Wikipedia,
we're gonna make sure that when they look our names up on Wikipedia, that they see us, but they don't see like they made sure that Orion Acaba, like they blacklisted Orion Acaba. Dude, Orion Acaba's career went to shit because he fucked up. Okay? When Mike Starr got kicked out of Alice in Chains because he was a junkie, and then his next career highlight was being on Celebrity Rehab with Dr. Drew, that was a Mike Starr problem. Okay? They didn't make sure that Orion Acaba didn't have a Wikipedia entry. No one put anything on Wikipedia for Orion Acaba because there's nothing to put on for Orion Acaba because he doesn't do that much work. A lot of people might say that he doesn't do that much work because he's not that good. Sorry. And also, there's just not that much work.
There's going to be an entire page for each one of us. When you get looked up on Critical Role, when you get looked up on Wikipedia as a co-founder of the...
Co-founder? Look, dude, basically everybody knows. It's called the Mercer effect. Who else is known on... It is what it is, guys.
Biggest live play Dungeons & Dragons has ever had. There will be
like the only live play that's known on like what is like the number 2? Like the drop off in play on Dungeons & Dragons live plays is pretty steep, right?
No link. You will be nothing because we made you nothing.
We made you nothing. What?
Okay. You will be nothing because we made you nothing.
We made you nothing. What the hell are you talking about? I would just say to J.Scott Garibay, who is your Matt Mercer? Like, who are you actually talking about here? Because I don't think it's got anything to do with Orion Acaba. Because also, this is really like crappy to do to Orion Acaba. Like, you are presenting a narrative here that presents Orion Acaba as this quintessential victim. Why are you doing that to Orion Acaba? Why are you underlining the fact that Orion Acaba had a shit ass career and you can't find him on Wikipedia?
Right? That is horrendous. That is the deepest, saddest part of this entire story. Go to Wikipedia. Look at it. Will list
Right.
every single co-founder of Critical Role, and every single one of them has a link to their work. And Orion Acaba, no link. Does not matter.
No links
Must
for
be
Orion
forgotten.
Acaba.
Cannot
Must be forgotten. It's like Ceausescu. He's been erased from history. Matt Mercer saw to it.
Absolutely abominable treatment. No.
Absolutely abominable. There was Hitler, then there was Stalin, then there was Matt Mercer's treatment of Orion Acaba.
No underline. No
underline.
Right?
No blue. No blue on Wikipedia for Orion Acaba. Matt Mercer saw to it. Wikipedia was like, and so we got your entry, and then Matt Mercer was like, what is that? An entry for Orion Acaba? No.
And so that's the first possibility that we have of dealing as the D&D community of dealing with.
Wait, what's our first possibility? I don't remember seeing any sort of option there. I don't remember you giving us any sort of solution there. What'd you tell us we could do? What was our? Oh, we could revoke Matt Mercer's ghetto pass. What were we gonna do? What is it that we could do? We could call out them as being non-allies to the what community? I forget what the hell are you talking about.
Of dealing with Critical Role, okay? To tear them down from their pedestal, right?
Yeah,
what would that mean? What's the big deal? Well, it would be really hard, right? And basically, all the goodwill we extend them today would need to be revoked. So, what is the goodwill that the D&D community extends to Critical Role?
Meanwhile, there are people called critters that love Critical Role, and then there's everyone else who thinks that critters are the worst people in the world and who hate them, right? Not everyone likes everybody, and not everyone watches Critical Role.
A lot. First of all, they're voice actors, right? They've been doing Irish voices.
Oh my God. Please tell me that J.Scott Garibay is about to analogize them doing Irish voices with like that whole thing, like Hank Azaria can no longer do the voice of Apu on The Simpsons.
Indian voices.
I don't recall them doing ethnic voices on Critical Role, but then again, like I said, I wasn't a Critical Role watcher.
Russian voices.
Again, with the Russian voices and the Irish voices, if you are a white person and you analogize Russian or Irish voices to the use of quote unquote African voices, Black voices, or Indian voices, you are incorrect. Okay? They're not the same thing. It's not the same effect. Well, what do you mean it's not the same effect as my culture? No. I had a friend in high school who came in one day with got in trouble. Well, it was not my high school. He got in trouble for going into his high school with a baseball cap with a swastika on it. His defense was he wasn't an actual Nazi or a skinhead, but it was his reaction to that an African American student had come in the day before the African American students started wearing Malcolm X hats. And his attitude was if they're allowed to wear a hat of a person who believed in racial segregation, then he should be allowed to wear a hat that and me and another kid tried to explain to him slowly why it wasn't the same thing. He did eventually. He got shot one day, many years later, in an unrelated incident. But you can't help people from being stupid.
Is major groups who, and you're like, wait a second, are you guys part of any of them? So all these voices that you're doing, aren't these massively offensive caricatures of these cultures? And
again, Russian and Irish people, Russian voices, and they're not marginalized groups.
The thing is, we're all like, hey, they're telling a story. They're part of the D&D community, and they're doing this for good. There's charity, and there's marginalized groups that are being helped, right? But we're like, wait a second. If you were never allies, if you were never real allies to any of these marginalized groups, doesn't this mean that
Irish Americans are not marginalized groups?
These are not homages, but these are highly offensive, and that we now know that your DEI woke mask is now torn off, and you guys were never progressive, you were never kind, you were never tolerant.
Because you didn't bring back Orion Acaba after 8 years of absence for no reason other than all of a sudden J.Scott Garibay got the idea in his head that the Orion Acaba should come back. I don't know.
Just like every other Hollywood person who pretended to care about these things so that you could get the goodwill checks, the cultural goodwill checks, and not actually do anything real for these communities.
Again, this car is, you're right. Everyone who observes this fact that this guy is operating his motor vehicle without his hands on the wheel. Scott, you are not operating your car in a safe manner, dude.
Right? And
it's not just that he's operating this car without his hands on the wheel. It's the level of emotion that he will often rise to when he's driving. Right?
So, and that's just one. It goes down and down and down and down and down. And we would need to start going through every single joke they ever told, right? And say, hey, we gave you guys some space for this stuff because you were part of the community. But now we realize you were never part of the community. It was all fake. Right?
They gave them space because they were making a entertainment product, playing a game of Dungeons and Dragons that people enjoyed watching. They did not give them space in the community because they were, quote unquote, doing things or charity or whatever. I don't know what you're talking about, bro.
Right? And I think there's a lot there. I think you could, tearing down Critical Role off the pedestal that the D&D community has handcrafted for Critical Role. I think they would find there's a lot there to say, you guys were given a space of goodwill based on being real progressives. But now that we know you're fake,
we're not giving
and all this is superficial performative, we got to start tearing you off the pedestal. Now, wait. That's not as far as it could go. We could sever them from the D&D community forever.
How would that be possible, considering that the D&D community is not a monolithic community that all believe the same thing, right? We say hello to Jen Q. Jen Q, thank you for joining the live chat. Tim Frey, my apologies for insulting your Irish mother, okay? I still remember her well. In the Chelsea Hotel.
Everything. And say, listen, just like they did to Brian Foster, right? They're like, this content is gone, right? And this is my point, right? They're like, oh, Orion Acaba can never come back to the table because that's inappropriate. Oh, but all of his content is completely appropriate for you to take in, right? Brian Foster, they were like, get that down today, right? We cannot be associated to that, right? And that's...
I have no idea who he's talking about. I don't know who Brian Foster is. He's jumped to another thing that I'm not aware of. Remember, folks, Orion Acaba was only part of the first 27 episodes of Critical Role. It is what it is.
What could happen to Critical Role? If they don't do the right thing here, we have to have the conversation. Should we sever every single thing Critical Role ever did, right? Vox Machina, Mighty Nine, and
Five of Swords,
and Bell's Hells.
I don't predict success for
completely because what they're doing is
project.
Repugnant, absolutely repugnant. Exactly what Brian Foster did, repugnant and not able to be associated with, right? So the reality is, if they don't do this, there is very real danger, in my humble opinion, for Critical Role. They have,
in your humble opinion, okay,
to do this. They have no room to move on this.
No room to move.
No room to
The
move
line
on
in the
this.
sand.
You got to understand. This is
you got it.
It's cooked in the book, man. They have
there's no way out.
They simply bring Orion Foster, they bring Orion Acaba back to the table. Every problem goes away overnight. They don't.
What problems? What exactly are the problems? They bring Orion Acaba back and all the problems go away. What are the problems? That hasn't been articulated. And if they don't bring him back, there's going to be hell to pay. The entire D&D community is going to go bananas. Meanwhile, his video has less than 400 views. And I'm watching this because I love to watch J.Scott Garibay videos because apparently I love giving myself agita. What do we think about this video by J.Scott Garibay? Tarot card says 2 of Swords, which according to the Thoth Tarot reads as peace, balance. Swords is the suit of the intellect. We're at balance. We're at peace. Hey, listen. I don't think it's gonna move one way or the other, but I'm watching for a reason, right? Equal forces. It's achieved. It's achieved.
Problems do nothing but persist. Nothing but persist.
Good.
Right. And they get deeper and deeper and deeper.
He's doing what he's doing.
Single
what
word
I'm
you
doing.
just heard in this video is my humble opinion. Not a thing more and certainly not a thing less. The important part is when I get to hear your humble opinion, when you get in the comments and send your traffic. Please consider subscribing and have a Fetch Millennium.
Yep, Fetch Millennium. Meanwhile, we are
Hi friends, it's your pal Scott Garibay.
Moving forward, not backwards. Here we go. Oh crap.
Hi.
We gotta get to the next video. Hold on. Here we go.
Hi friends, this is your pal Scott.
Now listen. Power of the D&D community is the next one up. I'm still going. Folks, I'm still going. Lots of turning stuff off pedestals and cultural checks. Jen Q, I'm not familiar with the guy you're discussing. We'll listen from the beginning afterwards. Can I have a card, CW? It was forever since. Absolutely, you can. Tim Frey, I think Orion Acaba thinks less about his circumstances than J.Scott Garibay, and it's Orion Acaba, Orion, like like Orion, and Acaba. We want a card for Jen Q. Jen Q, we're thinking of you. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Let's get a card for Jen Q. Here we go. Ace of Swords. The root of the suit of the intellect. Very auspicious card. New ideas, new thoughts. New thoughts of brewing, new thoughts of thinking. If you got a new thought on your mind, if you got a new idea that you've been playing around with, honor it. Go for it. Now is the time. Move forward. Move forward with it. And here we go. Critical Role. Matthew Mercer in the Dream Return of Orion Acaba. Power of the D&D community? Exclamation point. No question mark. Exclamation point. Here we go. Fair use, fair use, fair use. Here we go.
Garibay, and today we are going to talk about Dungeons and Dragons, and we're going to talk about returning Orion Acaba to Critical Role for Season 4, Episode 1, and how it's absolutely imperative that Matthew Mercer extend that invitation to him to do the right thing and make that happen.
Imperative. It is imperative. After 8 or 9 years away, now is the time that Orion Acaba come back to Critical Role, because no one has demanded it. No one has thought about it. Nobody cares. Critical Role's numbers have never been more irrelevant, and Dungeons and Dragons has never been of less cultural relevance. But now is the time.
All right, let's get into it. So why is this the hill I refuse to step down from? So people are right. I have chosen this, and you'll see it in the comments. People will say,
there are no comments. There are maybe one comment per every 5 videos that he made on this subject. And the comments are things like, I don't know what you're talking about, or this take is bonkers. If he's getting comments on X that I'm not privy to, that may be the case. I doubt it. This is just either fake it till you make it. If I say that there's comments, there'll be comments and comments will come. Or more likely, he is perceiving things that aren't there.
A lot of critters come in and they're like, why won't you shut up about this? Please.
If I'm lying, I'm dying. Look at this comment section. If he's seen that there's critters coming in, there are no critters coming in to the comments of his YouTube videos. If he is perceiving the comments in this comment section that aren't there, that is an actual situation. Okay? That is an actual distinct separation from reality.
Please let this go. And I know why they want to let why they want me to let this go. Critical Role has absolutely forbidden any discussion of this on any of their platforms. So there is a robust conversation happening right here, because Matthew Mercer, Marisha Ray, Travis Willingham, Laura Bailey,
28
Ashley Johnson,
look,
Sam
this
Riegel,
is so typical of
Taliesin
me.
Jaffe,
This
and
is
Liam O'Brien.
Right? I just said there's no comments, and you go to look at this video, and there's 28 comments, because shit on me. That's my life. But then again, like I said, some of these comments are from me. Or they're just him going back and forth with one other dude. Yeah, it's all Colin Gray or me. But anyway,
all together, banded together and said, no one's allowed to talk about this. Now, I want to...
There's no evidence to suggest that's true.
Ask you, when was the last time you were involved in upholding something and you were like, yeah, this is the right thing. I know this is the right thing because none of us are allowed to talk about it. Why do you think Critical Role has shut down conversation on this for 10 years?
There is no suggestion and there's no evidentiary support that Critical Role are suppressing conversation about anything on any forums. Meanwhile, there are multiple forums that Critical Role do not control, like the comment section on multiple YouTube channels where Critical Role is discussed.
Right? 10 years. 10 years of silence, right? It's because what they're doing, it's because the narrative at the beginning was Orion Acaba is a villain, but the reality is we've landed in a world.
I've already stated in the beginning, the narrative was there were two public statements from Orion Acaba's camp and Critical Role's camp, and they both said the same thing. Peace be upon the other party. We're amicably separating. Everything's cool. Everything's groovy. Everything's fine. It was only of course, the internet community who said they say everything's fine, so you know there's something juicy.
Where the people I just listed, they are the villain, and Orion Acaba is the victim. For 10 years.
Why? Why do you say that? There's no reason to suggest that anyone did anything bad.
Years they've been saying, "Oh, Orion Acaba is a terrible person, and he's not allowed."
They never said anything bad about Orion Acaba. There is nothing to suggest that any member of the Critical Role official Critical Role community or staff or cast members ever made a disparaging remark in public about Orion Acaba.
Allowed back at the table. Okay. He was a terrible person, and he's not allowed back at the table now. Okay. Oh, but it's just fine for you to watch every single one of his episodes. It's just fine for us to write him into every single episode of Vox Machina.
He's not written to every single episode of Vox Machina. You can go to the wiki on Critical Role, and you can see J.Scott Garibay is about to say things again, just like the comments about the comment section. J.Scott Garibay is either lying on purpose or he is suffering some sort of break from reality. He's going to suggest that Orion Acaba's character is written into all these things where Orion Acaba's character simply does not appear.
Mighty Nine.
No, he's not there.
Bell's House. It's
not there.
Just fine for us to write him into every single canon D&D world that ever exists.
Matt Mercer does not write anything into every single canon D&D world. This also has to do with J.Scott Garibay's concept of how D&D canon works. J.Scott Garibay's concept of canon and how canon works is like it's reductio ad absurdum. J.Scott Garibay literally believes because that there is a D&D Lego sets, and because there are Lego sets for Harry Potter and Marvel Universe and D&D and DC Universe characters, that means that Dungeons and Dragons, because Lego can connect to all different Lego things, that D&D, that all those things like Marvel and DC and Harry Potter are all now official D&D canon. That is reductio ad absurdum. That's not how canon works. It may be how he conceives of canon, but that is a special way of thinking about things. He needs to talk to a professional. That's like how a child would put together how things work. That literally is an inability to separate things out, okay, and to make distinctions between things. I'm not a mental health professional, so I don't know what the word for that condition is, but I guarantee you there's a fucking word for it.
Existed. It's okay for us to leverage Tiberius Stormwind forever.
There's Tiberius Stormwind post Orion Acaba leaving was killed off, literally killed off. He's buried, but because the character is buried in a particular place, Scott has this conception of him being then connected, and just Scott thinks that he imagines him being written into things, so he just doesn't exist.
It's just only Orion Acaba is the untouchable pariah, right?
And meanwhile, look, dude, you know what I mean? Eartha Kitt was at one point the Catwoman, right? In the old 1960s Batman, right? When Michelle Pfeiffer dresses up as Catwoman, she's not doing Eartha Kitt dirty.
And this is why they don't want to discuss this, right? They
don't have a problem discussing it. It's just not a topic of discussion because Orion Acaba left the show 9 years ago.
Are now the villains. They've been stealing him.
They're not the villains. They're just people making a TV show, dude.
From him for 10 years.
He didn't own the character, and the character was killed off 9 years ago, dude.
In my humble opinion. Okay.
Not your humble opinion.
And they're stealing from him today.
They're not stealing from him because they're not even using the character, and there's nothing to indicate that he owned the character post. It all has to do with contract rights. Just because you played a character, wrote a character, acted a character out, doesn't mean that you owned the character. Just how it goes, dude.
There are brand new critters who will become lifelong fans of Vox Machina, Bell's Hells, Mighty.
None of which are connected to Orion Acaba.
9, right? Based on Orion's work.
It's not based on Orion's work.
Right? And they haven't done the right thing. They have not, and they've tried.
That's your opinion, dude.
They've tried to jump ship and get onto something that's fresh in theirs, and they can't do it. And the reason why is it's turned out Orion Acaba is the secret ingredient.
Orion Acaba is the secret ingredient. He was on for 27 episodes. Meanwhile, their greatest success, their trajectory increased after he left. There's nothing to suggest that he was the secret sauce, that everything went to shit after Orion Acaba left.
And without an Orion Acaba, you can't Critical Role can literally make nothing that moves the ball forward. Nothing.
You previously identified the anime Vox Machina, something that was so great you couldn't wait for season 2. He wasn't part of Vox Machina, the anime series. So you just said something that contradicted an earlier statement. But then again, that's par for the course with you, J.Scott Garibay, because your mind and your thought patterns lack cohesion. You're like a Twin Peaks episode come to life. I can't quit you, baby.
Nothing they've ever done without him has even gotten, I don't even think half the views.
That is demonstrably not true. You just said something that indicates, number one, you haven't done your research before just spewing off at the mouth in your car when you should be paying attention to your road, and also delivering the food you're supposed to be delivering, I think, unless you're just driving around at this point. Or number two, paying attention to reality.
Right? No other live action play with angel players has ever been able to do half the views Critical Role does.
You what? What? Now you're comparing apples and oranges because you just said something else.
Right? Without Orion Acaba, you can create nothing. We know that now.
We don't know that because they've done more views without Orion Acaba than they did before. Despite your assertion that that's not true, you don't know what you are talking about. I love you, though. I love you. I really do. You are fascinating to watch. You have no idea what you're talking about. And I'm going to say something childish, but I'm going to say it. I'm better than you. We're all better than you. And that's why we enjoy watching you. But you give us entertainment. That's what you're good for. Well, you're good for other things. Okay? Your kids, if they exist, are going to have to grow up and see you. Well, my kids, they grow up and see me watching my videos too. And they say things like, why do you do this? Why do you do this?
Right? It's been proven.
Okay, it hasn't been proven.
Okay. All right. But why? Why is this the hill I absolutely refuse to get off of?
Because you have quite possibly a situation going on.
Here's why. This is so much bigger than Orion. And it's...
There we go. Here we go. This is, in your brain, this is bigger than Orion Acaba. It's definitely bigger than Orion Acaba. Xnard Prime. Oh, I probably missed the best of this. You go in with Scott Blueberry, CW Chanter, or whatever your screen name is? That's exactly what it is. Is Scott a troll, lolcow, or what? How serious is he? He's very serious, Xnard Prime. He is very serious. You're very welcome, Genki. You're very welcome. Xnard Prime, welcome to the live stream.
It's this distinct problem that the fix for will fix so many things. The benefit, the return on investment is so high, and the output to get it is so low that it has to get done. All right, so and here's the biggest part, okay? And this is new. I haven't talked about this before.
Again,
Okay, I believe that Dungeons and Dragons is not a game, and it never was a game. I believe.
Okay, well, again, first of all, so a couple of things. Number one, the theory was always that he was a DoorDasher, but here's the problem with this. If he's recording these live streams as he's driving, he wouldn't be able to use the phone as his GPS to find the next location. So I don't think that that's happening. So I think he may have lost that gig, or he's just driving around while he's recording these videos. But that would get very expensive as far as gas, right? He's burning a lot of gas just driving around. So why isn't he just staying at a location? Unless there's no location that he can stay at, or he feels that he can stay at.
It is a human improvement engine. People are like, oh, Dungeons and Dragons is for cutting goblins in half. And I'm like, no. Dungeons and Dragons is for cutting human deficiencies in half.
Well, we know one thing. If Dungeons and Dragons is a device for cutting human deficiencies in half, I got to tell you something. After 50 years of running that scientific experiment, it's time to call it I love Dungeons and Dragons. I really do. I love the game of Dungeons and Dragons. I really do. Okay? I got the great D&D right here. You know what I mean? I love me some Dungeons and Dragons. But if this is a tool for getting rid of human deficiency, after I haven't been playing for 50 years. I'm 50 years. I'm going to be 50 years old this year. So, right. But I've been playing since 1980, 6 or 7. Having seen my share of other D&D players, if this is a tool for getting rid of human deficiency, it's a shitty tool that doesn't work. I'm not saying it increases human deficiency, but I'm saying it sure as shit doesn't self-select for not human deficiency, and it certainly doesn't remove it at all. I'm not saying that everyone who plays Dungeons and Dragons is a fucking loser. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that I'm a loser. I don't think that about myself. I'm not saying that J.Scott Garibay's a loser. Okay? But I'm saying that not all cliches are true. But at the core of a lot of cliches, there's some reality. Okay? Okay? Nerds. The time has come for Revenge of the Nerds. Okay? Elon Musk. Great guy. Fucking loser. Anyway, here we go.
When you get to the table and experience these emergent narratives that Gary Gygax invented and gave to the world, it actually allows you to be one of the first.
Let me dive deep. Let me feast on some Xnard Prime here. Here, I'll share some of the Grok analysis findings, quotes on Scott and his crush on Orion. Would Orion Acaba care about Garibay's advocacy? There's no public evidence that Acaba has acknowledged Garibay's campaign. Given Acaba's reduced online presence and focus on personal projects he might not be aware of or invested in this niche advocacy. Clearly, Acaba's past statement suggested bitterness towards Critical Role, but also a desire to move forward. Whether he'd welcome Garibay's efforts likely depends on whether he still harbors ambitions to return, which remains uncertain. Absolutely. Good. Thank you for that deep dive. Absolutely. I couldn't agree more. That's what my analysis has shown.
First people in human history to start an identity stack.
Meanwhile, again, Scott Garibay, for a guy who professes to be a Christian, spends more time, ball washing Gary Gygax than he ever mentions the Lord Jesus Christ, Gary Gygax was without a doubt an inventor of Dungeons and Dragons. But of course, there were other people involved, including, but not limited to, one, Dave Arneson. Scott never mentions Dave Arneson, not once, which is indicative that Scott thinks that he knows more about D&D than I think he actually does.
And it's not just me saying this anymore, right? So I'm talking about an identity stack, but like B. Dave Johnson, the #1 dungeon master in the world, Matthew Mercer.
Who cares about this?
Is #2. He's saying, like, when I dungeon master, I'm looking to evoke strong emotion, a strong real emotion from one person at the table, or relieve strong emotion for one person at the table. That's a fundamental redefinition of Dungeons and Dragons, right? It's not just me saying Dungeons and Dragons is a powerful tool anymore. So my point is, right? So why won't I get off this?
Meanwhile, when I dungeon master, my primary thing is like to not forget what the hell's going on.
Hill. Well, it's very important, and I want you to listen carefully. The reason I will not get off this hill, right,
is because it generates views, I think. But who knows?
Is that if we fix this, first of all you have to do is you return Orion Acaba to the table. Day one, that cuts the number of deaths of despair in America in half the next year. Why?
What the actual fuck? If we return Orion Acaba to the table of Critical Role, it cuts the number of deaths the next year in half. That tells you all that you need to know about J.Scott Garibay's connection to reality.
Why would that do that? Well, because...
Why would that do that, J.Scott Garibay? Please tell us.
The moment Orion Acaba is brought back to the table, this will make the New York Times, Wall Street Journal, and every mainstream news source, it'll make the front page. It'll make the front page. Why? Why would it make the front page? Bear in mind that I think what he's going back to is, remember during the COVID pandemic when a couple of times Dungeons and Dragons got mentioned and the Critical Role and the role of this stuff, the influence of online gaming was mentioned in the New York Times, not on the front page, but in the lifestyle section. Covered. I don't know about that, Scott. Terrible things about Critical Role have made it into the Hollywood trades, Variety.
Again, you mentioned the New York Times, you mentioned all these major newspapers, and then you jump to terrible things about Critical Role being in the Hollywood trades. Show me the evidentiary support. But again, these things are, you just jumped from one subject to another. Do you know what you're talking about?
Go look up Brian Foster and Ashley Johnson. See what you find in Variety.
Okay, he's talking about a situation between a couple. There was a couple, and there was a real incident between a couple. Okay, now I'm recalling. And it has very little to do with Critical Role, and it has to do with an interpersonal relationship between a couple and something bad that happened.
Variety magazine, which is a Hollywood trade. The Critical Role is a global corporation connected to the biggest to the richest man in the world, to a billionaire, right?
The richest man in the world is Elon Musk.
Jeff Bezos decides on. Jeff Bezos is intimately involved in the expansion of Dungeons and Dragons through.
Jeff Bezos does not give a darn about this, and Critical Role have left Twitch and have gone to this thing as a Beacon or something. They're no longer on Twitch. I think they're connected to Twitch still. They may still do some stuff on Twitch, but I think they've moved to another different kind of streaming thing, whatever. But he's not intimately involved. He doesn't give a darn. And I think, hasn't Jeff Bezos actually left Amazon or something in some sort of capacity? I forget what the deal is.
Critical Role, right? This will get covered, right?
Not necessarily. Why would they give a damn?
And every American male.
Here we go. Again, remember, every American male includes not only Flavor Flav, Donald Trump, Bernie Sanders, Darkside Phil, me, J.Scott Garibay, the bum on Bleecker Street, right? Dan Aykroyd, Joe Rogan, Sam Cedar, your dad, if he's still alive, if he's an American, right? My brother, JD Vance, Gavin Newsom, right? Every American male is every American male. Orion Acaba and Matt Mercer. What the hell is this guy going to go?
Just like me, who's like, hey, am I a centimeter away from no longer being valuable to people, and I've made mistakes, and they're going to write me off, and I can.
What are we going with this? I think we're getting some insight into whatever's going on with J.Scott Garibay, okay? Because J.Scott Garibay is implying that the American male is like currently the lowest of the low, the worst thing to be in the whole wide world. And again, the American male is a Venn diagram that includes, yes, the homeless man on the street who's an American citizen, but also includes Donald Trump, me, Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg, Bernie Sanders, right? Axl Rose, like everyone like toss out like an American male, like everyone in the live chat, name an American male. Tim Frey, Wall Street Journal headline tomorrow: Orion returns, Dow loses 2,000. It's not Prime. J.Scott Garibay seems like troll lolcow to me. He's just way too high functional. He seems to drive and talk with brilliant dexterity and fluid articulation. His nuance, glow dark idiocy bias. I've thought that too, but I've come to the conclusion that he really is out there. I think Garibay is OCD with D&D issues, but he's self-aware enough to know exaggerating goofiness it garners attention and reaction. Possibly. He's so ridiculous. It's too ridiculous for me to believe J.Scott Garibay believes his own bullshit. It's awesome theater shtick to me. Kind of understand how it works to some degree. I thought that too at one point. Who knows? Tim Frey, Orion Acaba equals J.Scott Garibay's idealized father. Tim Frey, Regis Philbin. Anyone who's with me, feel free to throw out a yeah. Wait, no. Tim Frey, is Regis Philbin still with us? I thought Regis Philbin had passed. Jesse Waters from Fox News is an American male. Rachel Maddow. I'm kidding. That was a joke. Hey, come on now. Here we go.
Could just go lie behind a dumpster and die in the middle of the night and absolutely no one will care. Right? Because a lot of us feel this way. A lot of us feel like, oh my gosh, I made mistakes. does anybody need me here? Right?
Come on. Does anybody need me here?
And trust and believe. Everybody I listed at the beginning of this video, you know, Matthew Mercer and every Critical Role player, they have built they have spent a decade building a cage of shame for Orion Acaba, saying no one can talk about him, no one can engage with him. He is exiled, forbidden. Oh, but Tiberius Stormwind, that original character, that's ours. We get to use that forever.
They don't use it forever. If the character was killed off, the character is buried. There's no flashbacks to him. The character is dead. They don't use the character. This is all just in J.Scott Garibay's imagination.
That is the most outrageous injustice ever.
The most outrageous injustice ever. The Holocaust pales in comparison to Matt Mercer's use of non-use, because it's not happening, of Orion Acaba's character. The Trail of Tears, nothing. The internment of the Japanese during World War II, the Armenian genocide, forget about it. The forced slavery and the building of the pyramids, whatever, dude. October 7th, the taking of the hostages, the response to the treatment of the Gazans, nothing. Forget about it.
The D&D community. But it's in our backyard. The D&D community can understand it, and we can fix it. We can all just say, hey, Matthew Mercer, put him back, right? And Matthew will do it. How do we know this? Because he's done it a million times before. He's extremely amenable to the D&D community. He does what the D&D community asks, right? And then the rest of the Critical Role does what Matthew Mercer has. Or Travis William is the CEO. Yeah, wink, wink, right? They do what Matthew Mercer tells them. And Matthew Mercer does what the D&D community tells him. We can fix this. But get this, the reason why I will not get off this hill, right, I believe, get this, follow through. When we fix this, the D&D community will go, oh my gosh, right? We put one person at a Dungeons & Dragons table and we cut Deaths of Despair in half for all of America and gave the entire world hope and fixed.
It gave the entire world hope. We gave the entire world hope.
The end of men problem. Hannah Rosen wrote a book that said the end of men. She's like, yes, men suck. And
so now here's the thing, XR Prime. There are times when people think that it's just an act, but then he hits moments like this that really do make me and a lot of other people think that there's something going on.
You could go die behind a dumpster and no one will care. You are all doomed. Right? That's the paraphrase version. Okay. You can read it for yourself. Right? But end of men, like literally, like it was catastrophic. This book was, you got to read this thing. She's like, you all suck and you are totally doomed. And Orion Acaba is like the tip of the spear on this, right? He has been put, like every single thing she wrote about, right? A man put into a cage of shame and then doomed by society, right? Because he made a few mistakes and minor stuff, highly forgivable stuff, right? Not anything like Aaron Hansen, right? But if we can fix this, get this. This is the whole point. And I'm so patient. I'm so appreciative of you being patient and getting to this point in the video, because I know sometimes I do take a long time to get my point. And this is the point. And this is.
You think you take a long time? I'm watching 3 of your videos, and I'm at in my point. I'm at this live stream. I'm at 2 hours long. I've made it through 3 videos. And I've got 6 videos in my playlist. There's no friggin' way. Going back in time at 12 a.m., Critical Role is dead. This is going on like an hour and 13 minutes. Critical Role is dead. The cat's moving with other projects, and the animated show took over in terms of success. Also, COVID is over. The audience shrunk significantly for obvious reasons after that. Oh, because it's going back in time. Forget this crap. Somebody told Trump, forget the tariffs, bring Orion Acaba back. Exile to the cave of shame is good, but not twice good. David Letterman, pretty sure he's still alive. Absolutely. Homie ain't acting. Just based on the kind of shit posts I do that piss some people off, I kind of get the psychology of J.Scott Garibay with certain passionate bullshit statements. Someone who's around J.Scott by our life has to reveal him someday. My brain hurts. I have no context, but this is personal for this guy. Oh my God.
A powerful point, and I'm so thankful to you for staying here to get to this point with me, because I know there's and I struggle, and oh my gosh, I struggle. You know, like this is a real issue, and the fact that I'm the guy who has to carry the banner for this, right? I feel like there's so many people who'd be better at this, but nobody else cares. Nobody cares about Orion Acaba. Is that me saying that? No, you will find that 50 times in the comments. No one cares about Orion Acaba.
Meanwhile, if you know, Orion Acaba is alive and well. He's working. He doesn't work as much as the other guys on Critical Role, obviously, but he still gets credits. He's in things, and he's posted on his Instagram account. He posted at the beginning of this year, like, I'm doing well. I'm still alive. Thank you for your continued support, yada, yada. Look for new things in the new year. Like, you know, he's not asking to go back onto Critical Role.
Those are the words of the critter community. Absolutely abominable. If we fix this.
So this is what I mean. So this is not really look, this is me being the armchair psychologist. This is not him saying that nobody cares. This is like, it's that line from Death of a Salesman. Attention must be paid. I don't think that J.Scott Garibay is really saying we need to return Orion Acaba to the Critical Role table. He's really saying it's a proxy, right? Orion Acaba is him. It's not Orion. If Orion Acaba gets returned to the Critical Role table, everything will be saved. It's if people pay attention to J.Scott Garibay, the world will be saved, right? Or if people pay attention to Orion Acaba, it'll be if people pay attention to this quest, then, you know, it will have meant something that, you know, and then by extension, people will have paid attention to J.Scott Garibay. I get it. I understand. You know what I mean? Like, and I don't think it's wrong to want people to acknowledge your voice. I mean, there's a reason why people make videos on YouTube. There's a reason why I'm doing this instead of making, you know, reviews of TTRPG products that no one's going to watch. You know, I mean, I don't think that people shouldn't, you know, watch J.Scott Garibay videos. It's fascinating to see a person express themselves. It's a human life. You know what I mean? It's a human expressing themselves. You know what I mean? You know, pain is beauty. Expression is beauty. You know what I mean? Life is beauty. Even if it's, you know, it's like no theater. You know what I mean? Like, and not no in the sense of N-O, but like Japanese no theater, like N-O-H. You know, no pun intended.
We can fix the world. We can fix 20 other American society problems, right? And you're like, wait a second, Dungeons and Dragons community is going to fix the world? Are you paying?
Yeah, I mean, like that notion that Dungeons and Dragons community could fix, like, first of all, that there's a Dungeons and Dragons community, that the Dungeons and Dragons community could fix itself, let alone fix the world. That the world has a fixable problem, right? It's that notion. And it's that childlike innocence that the world is a fixable problem. And that's where we get to this guy. If you notice, I'm noticing it now too. He's driving in circles. He's not delivering DoorDash. He's driving in fucking circles now. And we're going to I'm doing this. I've got nothing. I got nowhere to go. Like, I'm home. You know, like, you know what I'm doing.
Paying attention right now? Who is having the most impact in the world right now? The government? No. It's a dude who made.
Who's that? What?
Electric cars and bored tunnels in the ground and puts rockets.
He didn't bore any tunnels in the ground. That's the point.
Into space. He is not.
He didn't put the rockets.
Not a government employee. He is not a.
And now we're talking about Elon Musk. So that's the thing about this is like not an act. Like, you can't. I do not believe that this guy is that good an actor. Like, this would be beyond Andy Kaufman, right? To be able to make that jump in logic, right? Like, to be able to act that.
He wasn't even born in America, which is fine. Okay. But my point is the idea that institutions are going to determine and fix America is ludicrous. There's no financial institutions, there's no science institutions, there's no government institutions that are going to fix America.
No institutions are going to solve American problems. So we have to rely upon the Dungeons and Dragons community to do so. And they're going to do it through the return of one voice actor who this own man admits was like basically a douche to a game of pretend. Fascinating.
It's on the D&D community. And you're like, I don't know. That's really hard to believe that the D&D community could fix the world. It will become a lot easier to believe when putting one person at one table saves literally 3 to 7 million people. So it's 3 to 7 million American men a year going
3 to 7 million American men a year? Like, what the fuck?
forward. It'll be a lot easier to believe it then. I believe it.
That's like Donald Trump logic. Like, just elect me and everything will be fine. Trust me. You elect me and then you'll see it all come together.
Now, I know you need evidence and you need proof, and I believe that proof will be evident and existent the moment Orion is returned to the table. I cannot tell you what a big deal this would be, right? I guarantee you, these are Hollywood actors, right? You get him at the table, and Ashley Johnson comes over and hugs him, and Laura Bailey hugs him, and Marisha Ray hugs him, and they're all like, this was all about friendship. And now a decade later, you're back, and we love you, and you matter, and you don't need to go behind a dumpster and die in the middle of the night.
And you don't have to go back behind a dumpster and die. Orion Acaba is not behind a dumpster. He's on, you can go see his Instagram. You can go see his Twitter post. There's no evidence that Orion Acaba has ever experienced a moment of homelessness between the time that he left Critical Role and the present moment. He has been honest about having some struggles with addiction. But at no point am I aware that he said that those moments of addiction have brought him to the point of homelessness.
Like frozen to death. The whole world will care. This is powerful. This is immediate. This is real, and we can do this. And once we've done this, there will be no limits to problems in America that the D&D community can fix.
Right, every single wrong. Got tiger blood.
Every single word you just heard in this video, every single word you just heard in this video, every single word you just heard in this video is my humble opinion. Not a thing more, not a thing less. The important part is when I hear your humble opinion. When you get in the comments and send your traffic, please consider like and subscribing and have a fetch millennium.
I just want to say about the fetch millennium thing. This is another thing. It is the year 2025. To talk about like the millennium when it was the year 2020, I mean the year 2000 or 2001, or it was the year 1999, like made some sense. The fact that he's still making reference to the millennium when we're in the year 2025 shows you like kind of like what's going on with this dude. And look, and the fact that he's still wearing the same shirt shows you like, I don't know if all of these videos are even from like the same day. Like, it's just like it gets wild, dude. Critical Role lead Matthew Mercer in The Dream Return of Orion Acaba, a dark malaise, in my humble opinion. Again, this is going to be 11 minutes. So the guy is still, if it's the same day, he's driving around now. Dude, you know that gas prices are what they are. The guy is just still driving around. He's not delivering DoorDash because he's not using the phone for GPS. There's no food in this fucking car. And if he's a father of 4, where are these kids?
Hi, friends. This is your pal, Scott Garibay, and today we're going to talk about Orion Acaba returning to Critical Role Season 4, Episode 1, and why it's absolutely imperative for Matthew Mercer to...
And I just want to like say fair use again, yada, yada, yada. Not trying to make fun. We're just enjoying trying to figure out what the hell's going on here. And whatchamacallit, if it does sound especially frantic, I did up the speed to 1.25 because we're trying to make this shit happen, and it's already 1:24 in the morning for me. But I'm on video number. I made a playlist of 9 videos, and this is video 4. This is gonna have to be the last one because it'll get crazy, and I'm just gonna come back tomorrow and do more. By the way, I keep on adding videos to this playlist, but I'm not adding every single video that he's making about Orion Acaba to this playlist. I'm only adding the so-called like choice nugs. I set this video to this playlist to private on one of my other channels. I could make this play. You just go like to his channel and see all the videos that he's making on this fucking subject, dude.
For Matthew Mercer to return, why it's absolutely imperative for Matthew Mercer to return Orion Acaba. All right, so I just don't think there's any way to say this without saying it. I really do everything I can to avoid curse words, and I don't believe what I'm about to say is a curse word because it is being used in the correct context. If you think I'm wrong there, go ahead and let me know, and I'm willing to have that conversation. I believe that Critical Role has made Orion Acaba's life a living hell.
We've got, I'll go to the live chat for a second. Here we go. Philip Blair, yeah. I forget the Superman actor is. I forget his name, but he does play Warhammer. Absolutely, he was also Henry Cavill. He also is the guy who does The Witcher. I got into Warhammer, but it's the financial burden of doing the models and stuff. So I have the 8th edition. I forget. I think it's the 8th edition or maybe the 3rd edition codex from 2008, and I like it all the time. And I also have some of the books from 2000. I'm really into the lore of Warhammer. I have a ton of the books, the Black Library books, but I could just never bring myself to get into the models and stuff. There you go. Gen Q, we are all J.Scott Garibay, the child searching his mother's gaze, the human longing for a safe place, the need to be in realness. He's just not owning it. There you go. X not a problem. We'll catch you on the flip, baby. We'll catch you on the flip. Yeah, right. I'm in for the long haul. You'll be able to catch this in the AM and catch it in bits. I'll have to chief out after this.
And like, if you're not saved by the blood of Jesus Christ, you're going to go to the hot place. You're going to go to.
Here we go. If he starts getting into the JC stuff, it'll be brilliant because if this is the video that I think it is, it's gonna get great because he is going to demonstrate when J.Scott starts talking about his Christianity. It's great because he's one of these guys who his conception of Christianity and his understanding of the belief is unique.
Hell, and the devil's going to poke you with his trident eternally, right? And it's terrible, right? And I think
the hell's not in the Bible, but okay.
Matthew Mercer, Marisha Ray, Laura Bailey, Travis Willingham, Ashley Johnson, and Sam Riegel, Taliesin Jaffe, and Liam O'Brien are doing that to Orion Acaba today. I think they are each expending labor and making sure that Orion Acaba's life is a living hell.
They are making sure that Orion Acaba's life is living hell. How so? Because they severed ties with him and decided not to work with the individual over 9 years ago. They are making his life a living hell because they are successful in a project and he is no longer associated with the project. I guess everyone who ever worked with anybody should make sure that they are not successful for fear that their success will make anyone who no longer is part of that project feel bad. Because that's how the world could possibly ever successfully work. That is not a thought that a reasonable adult could think.
And I really believe that Orion Acaba's life is a living hell today. And I want
If you think that Orion Acaba's life is a living hell today, you are demonstrating the fact that because you do not know Orion Acaba, you are not thinking like a reasonable adult. Because a reasonable adult would say to themselves, I really don't know this guy. I can make a lot of assumptions about how a person could think about, not being associated with the project. But you know what? You could also project and think to yourself, but I hope the best for him. I hope that he thinks to himself, I'm no longer associated with this successful project. I made mistakes, but I'm grateful for the life lesson that, not being associated with it has afforded me. But why think that as a Christian?
I want to illustrate that for you, and I want to talk about how it's not okay to leave anybody behind in America.
It's not okay to leave anybody behind in America. And yet, not for nothing, this individual will, again, at some future point, say that he knew that Donald Trump was a liar before he voted for Donald Trump and yet voted for Donald Trump. There's a talk about people leaving people behind. And what are you going to do? What is leaving people behind?
So first of all, a lot of people are like, hey, these people are homeless, right? We need to help them, right? That totally makes sense, right? But if you're a millionaire or a billionaire, they'll say, eat the rich. They're like, everybody get out their forks and knives. You could do cannibalism on that person. And
you can do cannibalism on this person? Who has said that you can do cannibalism on another person?
Honestly believe this is why the Democrats lost so bad in the last election. They're like, we could take entire groups of people and just say that they don't even deserve to live. And
that's why Democrats lost, because Democrats said you could take entire groups of people and get rid of them. That's what the Democrats said. I'll never forget when Kamala Harris got on stage during that debate and said, you know what we're going to do, folks? We're going to take entire groups of people and we're going to get rid of them. That's what the Democrats said. I don't remember the Democrats saying that. Do you? I'm not trying to get political. I'm just talking about what the Democrats did or did not say. And if J.Scott Garibay is saying that he recalls the Democrats saying that, again, he's either lying intentionally or unintentional, or he is delusional.
And that they don't even deserve to be buried. Right?
Does anyone recall the Democrats ever saying that any group of people can be gotten rid of and not even be buried? That's a very specific statement. There was a guy called Schoner who's no longer with us in the TTRPG YouTube community. Schoner, I once saw on video say that he would never play with a Democrat at his TTRPG channel, on his TTRPG table, and he wouldn't play with a Democrat because, and I quote, all Democrats want to kill all unborn babies. Now that's what he said. That's a crazy statement, which couldn't possibly be true because, as we all know, Democrats have babies. And we know that not all I don't know any Democrat who wants to kill any wants to kill an unborn baby, let alone kill all unborn babies. But when I heard Shoner say that, I didn't think to myself, this guy, I want to get this guy, and this guy, I hate this guy. I thought to myself, holy shit, a guy has to be really, 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 really fucked up and in pain. Has to be really, 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 really angry and really, really upset inside to be able to say something that fucking weird. Shoner died on his birthday. Shoner recorded a 4-hour stream of him playing Skyrim before the night that he passed away. There's no indication on that video that he was suffering from any medical condition or any medical problem. None of his so-called friends who memorialized him and talked about the legend of Shoner seemed to think it worthy of noting anything about that. That it was some great mystery about what happened to Shoner. I think one day that we're going to watch the Shoner video together, probably. That's a video for another time.
Like even their corpse isn't due respect. That's pretty abominable, right?
Yeah, it would be pretty abominable if any Democrat had ever said that. But of course, we all know here in reality that never happened. If Scott thinks that happened, that's because Scott is in some sort of private world where I wouldn't want to be, because it sounds like a horrible place where he feels as though he's surrounded by people saying really, really horrible things.
And the reality is, and so a lot of people
the reality is not what you just described.
Come in the comments and they're like, hey, Critical Role doesn't need to do anything for Orion Acaba, and he isn't having a bad life because he's a Hollywood celebrity voice actor, and his life is pretty good. Okay,
there you go.
That is complete and utter junk. That is.
Why is that complete and utter junk? Why is that complete and utter junk, Scott? You tell us why, when we can see on his IMDb page that he is still working, when we can see on his own social media that he's telling us that he's okay. You tell us why. You know better than Orion Acaba how Orion Acaba is doing.
This absolute garbage, nonsense thought. Orion Acaba's life is a living hell, right?
You know better about Orion Acaba than Orion Acaba, and you know that Orion Acaba's life is a living hell. Tell us.
And because of Critical Role, right? And I want to get into it. So Critical Role have especially built this cage of shame for Orion Acaba, right? And they forge new bars to put on that cage every single day, right? They expend labor, right? One of the things they're doing right now is they're shutting down this conversation.
They are shutting down this conversation. J.Scott Garibay thinks that they are shutting down this conversation, meaning what he's doing now. They're shutting down this conversation that he's having. That's some sort of persecution complex. If he's lying and putting on an act and acting as though it's that he's a brilliant actor, I'm doubtful of that.
Not allow Orion Acaba to be discussed on any of their platforms, even though he is a co-founder and should have every right, every critical
You just jumped topics. You just said they were shutting down conversations, and then you said that they're not having the conversation on their channel, whatever. Dude.
Shut down conversation on Tiberius Stormwind, on the Dreamoth Ravine statue is abominable. It is an offense against free speech in America. It is absolutely abominably horrible, and it's wrong, right? And it's part of this cage of shame that they keep him in. So just imagine Orion Acaba's life. So one, he is right now a Hollywood celebrity, and he continues to do voice work for shows and for video games,
which completely contradicts what you just said. You just said that people said he's doing okay and his life is fine, and you said that that's not true, and that he doesn't make any sense. He is disconnected from reality, dude.
You're like, wait a second, dude. If he's in Hollywood doing voice work on video games and shows, that's everybody's dream. He doesn't have a thing to worry about. No, that is not correct. Every single day he wakes up and Critical Role's at the Wembley Arena. The Wembley Arena? You mean like where the Beatles played? Yes, right. Oh, Critical Role.
Every day they're not at the Wembley Arena. They may have played there once, but okay.
Role just shattered some new commercial record. Oh,
they don't shatter commercial records every day, and their numbers are currently tanking. They're currently not at the apex of their career. They're currently going down. They're sunsetting.
Critical Role just got, those guys are meeting with Jeff Bezos, because they're getting their third, getting season 3 of Vox Machina highlighted, or season 2 of Mighty Nine even before it comes out. Just like every single. Oh, and Jolly Bamani, right? First adventure, like and Jolly Bamani, right? Hasn't written many, if any, adventures, right? Never wrote a tabletop role playing game. Barely qualifies as a game designer. Oh, her adventure's just been added to D&D canon. No, not
been added to D&D canon. What does that mean? I think he's going to talk about something being added to D&D Beyond, as if that makes it D&D canon. I have no idea.
Not that junk crap over on DM's Guild. Like literally on the source page, like Dungeons and Dragons canon, literally on the same page as Dragonlance: Shadow of the Dragon Queen. Yeah, full D&D canon, right? Right next to Lord of the Rings as a D&D canon setting. So you got J.R.R. Tolkien and then Jolly Bamani, right? And she was able to just waltz in and say, add me to Dungeons & Dragons canon because I brushed my face next to Critical Role for
What is D&D canon? Look, Dungeons & Dragons has a rule set, and then there's things published for that rule set. I don't know what you mean by D&D canon.
A brief period of time, right? And every day he wakes up and he's like,
you don't know what goes through Orion Acaba's mind every day that he wakes up, and to assume that you do, especially when he's making his own personal statements about being okay, is kind of bizarre, dude. It's kind of like stalkerish behavior, man.
Have nothing. Every day, like every single week. Where is Critical Role going this week?
You're attributing to him very nasty things. You're saying that he's obsessed about Critical Role. Like you're basically saying like, Orion Acaba is obsessed with his ex-lover and he can't get over it. And Orion Acaba is saying, actually, I'm not obsessed with my ex-lover. I'm doing okay.
5,000 people stand up and clap for them and then wait in hours-long lines to gift them with plushies and dice and portraits and love and fame and glory, right? And what do? I go shuffle off, sit in a cold booth with no one, with an editor who doesn't, with a sound guy that doesn't care, an editor doesn't care.
What do you mean? Maybe the sound guy is like cool, and maybe Orion Acaba has a girlfriend or a significant other that loves him. You know what I mean? Maybe he's got kids. Like you don't know what Orion Acaba's got going on, and maybe the sound guy is like a really cool, awesome guy. Or Kelly. Yeah, maybe the sound guy is like giving him vibes. Like you have no idea. And a cold sound booth, the sound booth may be heated.
Care, and there ain't no lines for me. There's
no line. Like, first of all, you think no one has ever asked Orion Acaba for his signature, dude?
And take my place tonight because I'm just like every other American male now. My usefulness is spent, and there's nothing left for me. Right? They have put him in a cage of shame. They have made his life a living hell, and he has to watch every day while the luxuries, the wealth, the fame, the glory, the privilege, the line skipping, right?
The line skipping, right? Oh my God, where would I be? Where it's all about the line skipping. I'm dying because I'm not skipping lines. If only I could skip the lines, you know what I mean? Like, dude, like Jay, like no offense, Scott, like bro, like people move beyond like the desire for fame. Like, I have to tell, like, Jay, like, you need to know and understand, like, there are people that have, like, screwed up opportunities, have lost jobs, have lost, like, prime gigs, have been kicked out of successful bands and are now in less successful bands. But, oh shit, I thought about this. This is like the best teachable moment. Like, there's a dude who was the original bass player for Soundgarden. Let me look up his name. He was an Asian American dude. He was the original bass player for Soundgarden. And right before they hit it big, he quit. He just up and quit. Hiro Yamamoto. Yeah. This dude just quit right before they hit big. Hiro Yamamoto is a Japanese-American bassist who was a founding member of grunge band Soundgarden, along with Kim Thayil and Chris Cornell in 1984. He left the band in 1989, and 2 years later, he started the independent rock band Truly, together with, whatever. But, like, he left in 1989, right before, he played on... he performed with them on Screaming Life, Fop, and Loudest Love, as well as the albums Ultra Mega OK and Louder Than Love. He departed the band following the spring 1989 European tour. Like, right before they did the hugest, biggest stuff that they did, he quit and went back to college to get a master's degree in physical chemistry, right? Right before they went and did that whole big, huge, we're going to be as big as Nirvana thing. He just quit. He saw where they were going. He saw that it was going to be the biggest thing since sliced bread. And he just quit. Why? He knew where it was going, and he wasn't interested in the line skipping, the drugs, the chicks, and all that shit. He didn't want it. So he just left. He just chiefed out. And he did it on purpose, right? Not everybody wants to skip the lines.
That each one of them is given grows. And while he gets nothing, even though every single one of them require his work to forward their work. They all know if they take the 72 episodes out of Vox Machina that Tiberius Stormwind is prominent in, then
he's not. This is J.Scott Garibay just being absolutely divorced from reality. The character does not appear in the work that J.Scott Garibay says that it appears in. This is just him being in absolute total fantasy land. The character was killed off.
All of it shuts down because nobody can start at the beginning. And right now, every single day, critters come in and say, I watched one episode of Bell's Hells. I want to know the full story. And they do. They come in through 72 episodes of Orion Acaba.
27 episodes, not 72.
72
27
episodes of Orion Acaba. There's a full cohesive story, and every single critter comes in through Orion Acaba, starting at.
No, are you kidding me? That is you're saying things that you may want to be true, so it supports your central narrative that Orion Acaba is this grand, amazing. It's like, dude, the Rolling Stones. There's this guy, Genesis George, who's no longer with us. He was in this band called Throbbing Gristle and then Psychic TV. He had this huge boner for the original lead guitarist, or one of the original lead guitarists for the Rolling Stones. Who was the guy? Brian Jones was one of the original members of the Rolling Stones. Genesis George was obsessed with this dude, Brian Jones, right? So he had all this, like, these elaborate thoughts and fantasies about, like, Keith Richards had Brian Jones killed, and Brian Jones wrote Satisfaction and all this, and Brian Jones, The Lost Stone, and all this stuff. They made a movie about it, all this. Like, but, the reality of the situation is that, like, Brian Jones, like, died, and, like, it was what it was. And, you want to build up this mythology about this guy? Okay. But the reality is, most people who are into the Rolling Stones have never heard about Brian Jones. And if you want to think that they're, at a loss for it, okay. right? Same thing with with Fleetwood Mac. The original guitarist for Fleetwood Mac was this guy called Peter Green, who was one of B.B. King's favorite guitar players. B.B. King's favorite guitar player was the original guitarist for Fleetwood Mac, this guy Peter Green, who a lot of people don't know because Peter Green flipped out on drugs and quit Fleetwood Mac before they had their biggest like pop hits and was replaced by Lindsey Buckingham. So there's a ton of Fleetwood Mac fans who know what? They know Rumors and they know the Lindsey Buckingham and Stevie Nicks stuff. They don't know the shit with Peter Green. So they know, Peter Green's kind of lost the time. And those Fleetwood Mac fans, guess what? When most people who are diehard Fleetwood Mac fans talk about Fleetwood Mac, they talk about Rumors and they talk about, Hold On to Me, and they talk about Tusk, and they talk about all these albums. They talk, and then you ask them, do you have this album, this album, this album? They go, what albums are those? They're the first 3 albums, the ones with Peter Green on it. They go, who's Peter Green? Oh, you don't know Peter Green? And then you play those albums and they go, what? Okay. They're blues albums. They don't listen to them. It's almost like a completely different band. What's the point? The point is it's almost 2 o'clock in the morning. I've lost my fucking mind because I've spent 3 hours listening to J.Scott Garibay.
Episode 1, right? Or they're completely ignorant of what Exandria is, and then they go back and they start at episode 1 because everybody laughs at them and says, "Oh, did you skip the first 72 episodes?"
27 episodes, yeah. All the critters say, "Wait, you didn't watch from the very beginning?" Whoa, 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 whoa.
So you know nothing about this world.
You know nothing. You know nothing about this world.
Ridiculous, ignorant fool.
You ridiculous, ignorant fool. Because that's how all the Critical Roles talk to each other. Fans talk to each other in the real world, where they totally meet in the real world, because they're not all online people who don't exist anywhere else in the real world because they're all online. I don't know what's going on here.
We don't really want you in a conversation because you know nothing. You don't actually know what is happening here, right?
I don't know what's happening.
So they have made his life a living hell.
They have not made his life a living hell. There's no facts and evidence that his life is a living hell. And if he feels that his life is a living hell, he needs to relax.
Every day he wakes to insult, exile, and a call.
No, he doesn't. You have no idea. I don't know what he does. You don't know what he's waking up to. If you're saying this, it's because it's probably because you feel as though your life is this way. And I want to point out again, you claim that you're saved by the Lord Jesus Christ. If you claim that you're saved by the Lord Jesus Christ, you shouldn't be talking about this way about Orion Acaba. You shouldn't be talking about this way that you're talking about the people in Critical Role. And by the way, what are you doing spending all this time talking about this obsession with Orion Acaba when you could be talking to people about the Lord Jesus Christ? And another thing, where the fuck are your kids? And your wife? You know what I mean? Why don't you hang out with them, dude? And why are you feeling this way about everything when you should be at peace because you're going to go to heaven?
A dark and harrowing call that he is nothing, that he does not matter, and that he is not worthy of what.
Why wouldn't you just be making video going Orion Acaba? By the way, if you're feeling this way, don't worry about it because there's a solution. The solution is don't worry about getting back onto Critical Role. Worry about giving your life over to Jesus.
They're worthy of. And there is absolutely no reason for Critical Role to say that anymore because of an Aaron Hansen. There might have been some argument that his behavior was unacceptable or unforgivable. But once they gold stamped, totally forgave, and moved heaven and
they didn't forgive Aaron Hansen. They're not working with Aaron Hansen. My understanding is
bring Aaron Hansen on
this bullshit.
The conversation's over. The conversation's over. He is such a horrible monster human, right? That there's no possibility of justifying the return of Aaron Hansen without justifying the return of Orion Acaba. They have made his life a living hell. There is this narrative that Orion Acaba was the villain. Orion Acaba was never the villain. But Matthew Mercer, Marisha Ray, Travis Willingham, Laura Bailey, Ashley Johnson, Sam Riegel, Liam O'Brien, and Taliesin Jaffe, they very much are the villains today. And we are approaching a point where what they've done to him will be unfixable. That is not cool. And this has got to end before that happens. And it ends immediately if they simply take that completely available seat there's nothing stopping this. There's no cost to Critical Role. None. No cost. It's completely free. It's the easiest action in the world. It is literally a text. Literally this quick. Matthew Mercer simply texts Orion and says, show up at this studio at this time for episode 1 of season 4. You're back, brother. And that's it. It fixes Orion's problems, it fixes Critical Role's problems, and it fixes multiple problems for the American society. Every single word you just heard, every single word you just heard in this video is my humble opinion. Absolutely not a thing more, and absolutely not a thing less. The important part is when I get to hear your humble opinion, when you get in the comments and send your traffic. Please consider liking and subscribing, and have a fetch millennium.
Whatever, dude.
Hi, friends.
One more.
J.Scott Garibay, and today I want to talk about Dungeons and Dragons. I want to talk about Orion Acaba. Orion Acaba's return to Critical Role for
oh my god, what hour
season 4,
on?
episode 1, and why it's absolutely
2 hours and 45 minutes.
Return Orion Acaba.
I gotta get the fuck out of here.
So what I want to talk today about is this parasocial relationship, and I want to talk about my emotions about this whole subject. So one, I want to be incredibly thankful. I'm incredibly thankful to you. I am very emotional about this subject.
No
I am
shit.
doing the best I can. So I'm a new I am a unique person because of the way Dungeons and Dragons has shaped me. And Dungeons and Dragons has, I think most people in life, they think about things intellectually, right? Because of Dungeons and Dragons, so? I process everything now intellectually, emotionally, and spiritually, right? And
because of Dungeons and Dragons, you process everything emotionally, intellectually, and spiritually. Dungeons and Dragons is a game. If you should process Dungeons and Dragons because of anything else you got going on. I don't know what to tell you. If you process things spiritually because of Dungeons and Dragons, then it's not like a satanic panic problem. It's you are fucking crazy. If you there are spiritual texts that you can get spiritual information from. And then there are games, right? This is not Dungeons and Dragons is a game.
I've been processing this question about Orion Acaba intellectually, emotionally, and spiritually. And
there's no question about Orion Acaba. Orion Acaba was fired from a gameplay session of Dungeons and Dragons. Which is, oh my god! Now we're getting to the point now. At 3 hours in, this is like the vanishing point. This is like where we're like through the looking glass, where my loss of reality from the caffeine and the lack of sleep is going to interface with J.Scott Garibay's perchance, possibly either Andy Kaufman brilliance of trolldom acting skills and or neurodivergence, possibly. And we are going to achieve the third mind gnosis of YouTube monstrosity. The great thing is it will be clipped by no one because no one will be able to get to the 3 hour mark of this fucking video.
And I think where it's resonating more than any of those other vectors is...
But we know that he's changed his shirt, but it doesn't appear that he's showered yet. The hair still looks like we're at King Cobra JFS levels of intensity. And his hair and his eyes look very intense too. He's also... We're still driving.
Emotion. I've been very vexed by this situation. I'm very frustrated by it. I feel what?
There is no situation, right? The show, the season of Critical Role, I assume, has not yet aired, right? Or has not yet begun. So if he's waiting for some countdown or something to begin, don't be, because with 100% certitude, Orion Acaba is not going to be on Critical Roles next season, right? There's been no announcement. There are no rumors that Orion Acaba is going to be on the next season. This is like me waiting with anticipation for the original lineup of Venom after like 25 years of acrimony to all of a sudden be getting back together, right? Or like, I'm going to go see this band play sometime soon. They're called, what are they called? They're called The Warning. They're like all chicks. They've never played in the nude before. But this is like me thinking to myself for no reason, maybe the day that me and my two dudes are going to go see them, that's going to be the day that these chicks are going to play for no reason whatsoever. You know, at the risk of being arrested, they're going to play in the buff. Like, why would I think that that's going to happen? But then like getting like all like worked up about it. Like, it's going to happen. Is it going to happen? Is it going to happen? It's not going to happen.
But is happening to Orion Acaba is the worst problem in the D&D community, bar none.
The worst problem in the D&D community, bar none? First of all, I would think to myself, like, okay, let's think of something worse. But like, what could be worse and or better? But like, it's the D&D community. First of all, what's the D&D community? But then it's like, well, there's the tariffs that's affecting things, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, people are out of work or whatever. And then, like, you know, could affect things. And it's like, but like, what? What's happening? Like, what's the problem? It's like, it's just, what? I mean, I don't have to tell you.
It is a man who has been painted as a villain for 10 years by...
He's not been painted as a villain for 10 years. He was not invited to participate in a show after 27 episodes because of whatever, dude.
8 people who really are the villain, right? So he is
They're the villain? Why? What exactly did they do that was wrong?
The victim, and they are the villain. The Critical Role.
Why are they the villain? And Christian, why are you saying disparaging things about people that you have never met and you have no reason to talk foul about? It's called judge lest not ye be judged. But go ahead, Christian. Go ahead and talk and say all sorts of crazy things about people you have never met because you are overly fixated on another individual who you have never met. As you drive around doing nothing, burning gas, destroying the environment, also driving in an unsafe manner, presenting a physical risk to other people around you.
The Critical Role co-founders are the villains in this situation. Every single one of them. Matthew Mercer, the CR players, they're the real villain. They built a cage of shame for one man, exiled him, and have preserved that cage of shame for a decade. And
absolutely bizarre statements for an adult male to make. There's no reason to suggest or think these things. You friend.
And each day their villainy grows, even as they're trying to paint him as the villain. And
what are they're doing? There's no evidence that they're doing anything to paint him as a villain, or they're doing anything to disparage his name or saying anything about him. This is all just happening in one individual's head, that individual being J.Scott Garibay, the TTRPGs and YouTube community's answer to Darkside Phil, Wings of Redemption, King Cobra JFS, Foodie Beauty, and Christina Western Chandler.
And it leaves me very vexed, right? And that's coming across in my coverage of it, right?
Yeah, it is. It's absolutely coming across in your coverage of it. We understand that you're upset.
But today I'm going to try. I want you to understand that I also have this incredible hope. I want this because I think this moment when Orion Acaba returns is going to be one of the most powerful moments in American history. I think
one of the most powerful moments in American history. You, my friend, are off your fucking rocker.
think it's going to be huge. And
it's not going to be huge.
In order to talk about
it's not going to happen
about that today, we're going to need to talk about Selena Gomez. All right. So I'm
talking, well, as long as we're talking about people that are irrelevant and things that don't matter, let's add Selena Gomez to the mix.
I'm not really a music fan. I get in zones where I'll listen to music. It's pretty rare. I only do it about every 2 or 3 months. I'll take a week, 2 weeks, listen to a bunch of music. And it, you know, it helps. I know many people live their lives by music. That's not me. I don't listen to music that often, but
I think things about people who don't listen to music.
Get into these like cycles, and I'll listen to music. And so I've been in one of those cycles recently, and I was listening to Ariana Grande, and that bounced me. You know, the algo bounced me into some Selena Gomez stuff.
I'm not going to spend too much time on it, but he doesn't listen to music often. But let's have a vision for a moment of this individual, this man, spending a lot of time listening to Ariana Grande and Selena Gomez. I like it.
And she has a song called Who Says, right? Fantastic song. I highly recommend listening to it. And the question is, who says you're not pretty? Who says you're not worthy? Who says that you can't be a celebrity, right? Who's telling you that you can't be, right? And it was very touching to me because I'm a public figure, right?
You're a public figure? I could just free associate on J.Scott Garibay's comments and just be like, pretend to be a psychologist for hours. I think that's the point of, I just think that's the whole watching lol cow content thing, right? You get to watch them. They're like your little private patient, and you are the therapist, behind the little, outside that little window, looking into the padded cell. And we're all it's like a Sartre play, right? It's all no exit. We're all the world's a hospital if you're either a patient or a nurse, right? I'm probably in the asylum,
I publicly comment on Dungeons and Dragons, and people are absolutely vicious in the comments. They're constant.
They're not, and they're just it just is what it is, my friend.
You can't say this. Nothing.
It's not that they say you can't say this. They go, it's more like along the lines of, why are you saying this? And you're wrong, because you're wrong, Scott. You just say things that are demonstrably untrue and do not comport with the reality of situations.
Thing you say is valuable. I don't agree with anything you say, and all that's okay. I could understand that if they didn't come back for weeks and months saying the same thing, right?
Because you keep on saying the same thing over and over again. It's like watching the proverbial car wreck or car crash.
And then you're like, well, wait, if you keep saying that nothing I say is valuable and you don't agree with any of it, why do you keep on coming back? Maybe the problem is you and not me.
It's not that the problem is either of us. It's just that watching a person say insane things is not necessarily not fascinating to observe. And it's not that it doesn't provoke one to want to comment on it. It's like if you see a child playing on an escalator, you tell them to stop doing that because they're going to get hurt. And you come back and you see them still playing on the escalator. You tell them not to do it because they're going to get hurt. And the kid says, well, why do you keep on coming back and telling me not to do this and not to get hurt? Maybe you're the one with the problem. No, it's that, we're telling you to not be an idiot.
Right. But I was really moved by this song, right? And I'm like, yeah, I am valuable. I am worthy.
Oh my God. There's a song by Alice Cooper. What is it? I'm the queen of the silver screen.
I get to say what I want to say, and nobody can tell me. And who are you to tell me that I'm not a valuable, worthy person, right?
We're not telling you that you're not a valuable, worthy person. We're just telling you that you're absolutely disconnected from reality, and you're fascinating to watch because it's incredible to see someone not take the simple advice of, you should go to a professional in the treatment of people who obviously have something going on and talk to them, because perchance they can give you something. And I'm saying that as someone who is on medication.
Who are you to diagnose me? Who are you to judge me, right?
We're not judging you. And some of us who are diagnosing you, like I said, are neurodivergent ourselves and are just saying, for the love of Jesus, just go get help.
And so I was really blown away by this song, right? And what's interesting is where this is connecting with Critical Role.
And that song is for teenage girls, dude.
Is you and I, as critters or cratters, we have,
again, this is another thing with J.Scott Garibay. He's always got to have his own words for things. It's like a one-man 1984 newspeak machine. If everyone's calling themselves critters, he's going to come up with this word cratter that means something specific for guys like him, because that's what he does. It's not 5th edition 5.0. It's not 5th edition 2.5. He's going to have his own 5i. It's all this thing with him, because he's a special little guy. God bless you, J.Scott Garibay. God bless you, crazy motherfucker.
Have a parasocial relationship with Critical Role. And this is a new term. This
not a new term.
Social relationship is a new term because it is new. What's happening with Critical Role right now, with all of this, has never happened before. This is truly incredible, like truly unprecedented, right?
Nope.
And what really it was interesting. So I was watching, I listened to this song and I just put it on loop and I listened probably 20 times, right? And then
the term parasocial relationship was formed in 1956,
and it was international. It wasn't in the United States.
Thank you.
And she explained it. She wrote this song when she was 16 years old, right?
She wrote the song when she was 16 years old. I'm gonna hold on. Let me just do this.
And she wrote it for herself and she wrote it for her fans. And so she went on this tour and she's in the stadium. She's in a stadium, right? And this is for her, this is a stadium anthem. Everybody in the stadium can sing it, right? Now, stadium anthems, the way they work, I know what a stadium anthem is, right? The way they work, everybody can sing the chorus, right? But that's not what was happening at this one stop on her tour, right? At this one international stadium. Big artists who have multiple albums never get a stadium anthem. They never get a song where whatever the non-chorus, whatever not the bridge is, right? Not the famous.
It's called the verse,
and just the regular parts of the song, right? Sorry, I don't know what that's called.
Verse.
She pulls it back and she's going to sing, but the whole stadium,
oh my god,
doesn't start singing because they're carrying the song at this point.
Why
the whole song,
every
line, and they are like feeding off of this, and they just go huge, right? And she doesn't even do the rest of the song, right? She's like, I gave this song to these people, right? This is something special. These people care more about this song than maybe I do, right? And it was a beautiful, beautiful moment. And I was just blown away by it, right? And this is where I'm at, right? Like with Critical Role. Critical Role is something special. This has never happened before. We used a game. We used Dungeons and Dragons, not a game.
Dragons is a game, dude.
To make 8 people millionaires and put them in touch with billionaires and put them on the edge of being billionaires.
They are nowhere near being billionaires, dude. And Critical Role's numbers are going down. The high point for the nostalgia of Dungeons and Dragons was 2015 through like 2020. Okay. And with the COVID thing, and it's been a steady decline since then. TTRPGs are eventually going to go away. This pen and paper aspect of the hobby is going to go away. Not because I want it to, but because it's just impractical to think that it's going to continue in light of advancing digital technologies. Look, if the lights go out, we're all going to die anyway because of whatever. We'll have bigger concerns than playing games. It's not like anything's going to go to zero, but it's just, we don't need to get lost in the weeds or whatever, but it is what it is, dude.
We transformed what's happening here.
Oh my God.
We have created a new dynamic.
We bought books. And we bought games, and we played games online, and we bought tchotchkes, and we bought miniatures. It's a consumer activity. And yes, there's a communal aspect of it, and people got together and people made friends. Like anything. But nothing changed, dude. And if you're feeling like it did, It's because you're like in fantasy land, bro. Get a life. And if you do actually have kids and a wife, then what are you doing investing this much time and energy and effort into this bullshit, man?
There's no other tabletop role-playing game in the world that has made 8 people millionaires, right?
That's bullshit, dude. There's plenty of games that have made groups of people millionaires.
Just for playing it, right, publicly. And we did something special.
And I'm going to note this, like, not everyone wears a wedding ring, but he claims to be a married man, and he claims to have all these kids. I'm going to notice that he doesn't wear a wedding ring, bro.
For them. We changed their lives.
Not that I see.
It's our turn to ask. We are in a parasocial relationship with Critical Role, and they can do something good, something beautiful. And all my vexation will invert, and it will turn into jubilation.
That's it, right? We want this vexation to turn to jubilation. Bro. You want your vexation to turn into jubilation? How about this? Why don't you just go play Dungeons and Dragons? Right? Why don't you spend less time worrying about Critical Role, Matthew Mercer, and Orion Acaba? And why don't you even just go solo play if you don't have a game set or a game group together? Or how about this? Why don't you pray to Jesus Christ?
Jubilation, right? This is a very special moment. We have this incredible opportunity, this moment in time, right now. I feel very good asking for this, right? Because this costs Matthew Mercer, it costs every single person at the table nothing. And it is the perfect example. Matthew Mercer came along and said, yes, Orion has done the work. He is a different person, right?
What the hell are you talking about?
He has done the work to move toward a healthier lifestyle, right?
You don't know that he's not living a healthy
lifestyle. This is special. This will change the world. This is unique. Parasocial relationships are brand new.
They're not brand new. Parasocial relationships.
We do it here. We can do it for 50.
Parasocial relationships. The term parasocial relationship, I just looked at it. It was like, quote, it was invented the term was coined in 1950, whatever. So it's not a new thing. It's not a new phenomenon. Thank you. Fact check. You're wrong.
5 other things with just the Dungeons & Dragons community. This is the start of the Dungeons & Dragons community fixing the world. This is simple. This is in our own backyard. It is absolutely free, and it has to happen. Every single word you just...
Not absolutely free. Bringing Orion Acaba back would include paying the dude. So it's not free, bro.
Anyway. Sure, it's my humble opinion. The important part is when I get to hear your humble opinion. When you get in the comments and send your traffic, please consider like subscribing and have a fetch millennium. Hi, friends. This is your pal, Scott Garibay, and today we are going to talk about...
Dude, how did I get back to the original t-shirts? I'm still going. How long is this video? I'm on hour 3, dude. Oh my God, look at Jen Q is at work. Check this out. Okay, just arrived at work. I have to check out of this. I was lovely spending the morning with you. Peace and grace. I love it. I love it. Mario, this dude is so addictive. We're going for the gold. I'm going for it, dude. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. I'm fucking going for it, bro. There's more. Yes, I'm going for it. I don't give a shit. It's a weekday. I don't give a shit. I'll make it up to God in the morning. I don't give a fuck.
The return of Orion Acaba to Critical Role for Season 4, Episode 1, and why it is absolutely imperative that Matthew Mercer return Orion Acaba. Right, so I really want to say thank you to the people who are having this conversation. I had a very nice gentleman come in, and he said, listen, this is very simple. And he was very kind. He was like, I appreciate what you're doing here. I see where you're going. You're kind of building a case, and you're trying to engage the D&D community. And I really appreciate that. And that's all I'm really looking for to engage with your comment in a civil way. I just want some civility on your part, like to just say, hey, there's something here, right? Like, and it's amazing how many people don't even just acknowledge, I'm taking this seriously. I'm looking at what others are saying and changing what I'm saying based on it. If they have significant sources and trying to adjust my opinion appropriately. And I just really appreciate this guy said that and, got into this. So what we're going to talk about today is how this situation is not simple. And it is like no other intellectual property narrative situation that has ever existed. Okay, so he said, hey, your point
again, like no other intellectual property or thing that's ever existed, right? What? Okay, bro,
is wrong. All that's happening here is that you need to think of it as Orion Acaba is in a Season 1 sitcom, and then they write him off the show. Okay, and that's
a brilliant way to contextualize it, Scott. You're right. That's a great way to think about it. You know why? Because if you thought about it that way, then you'd be able to accept the reality of the fact that he was in season 1 of the sitcom, which is a TV show, which is entertainment, and then he got written out of it. So the fans of the sitcom should say, I really like that guy. I like that character in that sitcom. It's a shame when they wrote him off, but write him off they did.
That's interesting. And so let's talk about that. Is that correct? No, that is absolutely not correct.
No.
And this is why I am so into this situation. So determined to work hard to correct this injustice that only the D&D community can even.
By working hard, you mean driving around endlessly in a loop around your community, right? You know, like the proverbial strange person driving around endlessly in the community during daylight hours when a person could be at work. And making videos with their phone. Is that what you mean by working hard? Because some people would just call that acting like a teenager or a bum. I'm kidding. I'm getting to that hour, folks.
Even understand this injustice that is literally in our backyard, right? This is a D&D community problem.
There is no D&D community. There is no D&D community backyard, okay? And there is no problem because Orion Acaba was let go of Critical Role 9 years ago.
This has nothing to do with anyone in the world except the Dungeons & Dragons community. And the stakes are extremely real for the Dungeons & Dragons community. I wish
there are no stakes for the Dungeons & Dragons community because one individual losing their job 9 years ago is of no concern to thousands and thousands of people whose only group connection is playing a game published by a corporation. Meanwhile, the world is going down in flames due to a tariff situation caused by a boob in the White House. Oh, and in addition to that, certain people are being rounded up on the streets of the United States and being deported with no good cause. Also, there's mass starvation in the world. 80% of the world's population still doesn't have access to clean water. Whether you think it's man-made or otherwise, there's still global warming. And The Simpsons are still on. There's a whole bunch of things going on, my friends.
I wish I could tell you. I was just thinking about Orion Acaba in this. I'm not. This thing is connected to this thing is connected to every single person in the D&D community, and
no, it's not.
The ramifications of it are massive. All right, so
no, they are not.
We'll explain that as we get to the end of this. All right, so
press X to doubt. I don't think he's gonna reach that goal.
Okay, so here's the situation. Okay. All right, he's saying, hey, this is just like you're on season 1 of a sitcom, you get written off, and then of course they're going to continue to air the sitcom because you signed the contract, right? Now, first of all, that's an interesting analogy, so let's look at that. So one, that is absolutely massively incorrect. Okay.
Tell us why. Tell us why it's incorrect, my friend. Tell us why it's incorrect.
Okay, so let's get into this. What actually happened, right? So first of all, okay, Vox Machina, season 1, okay, 72 episodes of that.
27 episodes.
Feature Orion Acaba's art, Tiberius' original art, okay? Tiberius Storman. That is one of the major breakdowns in that analogy right out of the gate, okay? No sitcom in the world has ever been spun up and then said, oh, each person will write their own character. No. There are writers who are contracted to give their work, right?
First of all, J.Scott Garibay does not know how the contractual relationships on Critical Role worked. He doesn't know who was responsible for what and who had the right to character names or what, and also there was a show on TV. There have been shows on TV based on improvisation. On Comedy Central, there used to be this show called Whose Line Is It Anyway, which was based on improvisation and stuff. There have been improv based shows where people would come up with their own lines and stuff. So, it was like writing in real time. But those people, didn't necessarily get writing credits or get paid as writers or whatever. It just is what it is, folks.
And then you could say, hey, actor person, you signed a long-term contract that talked about us being able to use you acting in a role that was written by another writer, and we paid that writer, and we have separate contracts for them. Okay, I know what this guy is saying is massively wrong.
You don't know that because, first of all, what you just said is word salad. You just said a whole bunch of things about writers and this, that, and the other thing. You also mentioned 72 episodes, which doesn't make sense. Orion Acaba was on a show for 27 episodes playing a game of Dungeons and Dragons as a character. When he left, that character was written off. It died. The character died and was buried. The character was mentioned in retrospect. You can look at the WikiHow or whatever of Critical Role, and they'll tell you the character was mentioned in retrospect like twice on later things. Okay, J.Scott Garibay is going to make up this whole narrative about it being written into every D&D canon thing moving forward or whatever. That is just J.Scott Garibay's private, imaginary J.Scott Garibay happy place. He's either making it up to make his point sound real or sound important, or he's just imagining shit because he has gone to outer space.
Want to know how I know what he is saying is massively wrong? Because there are no contracts that cover.
You have no idea what contracts cover what because you're not privy to the contracts of Critical Role because you are not a player in the game. You are some dude in Pennsylvania driving around making up shit in your mind. God bless you. Child of God, child of goddess, human being, and I love you. But it is what it is, bro.
For what Orion did. You know how I know that? You couldn't write the contract then, right? You know how
You don't know what contracts are possible to be written or not written because you are not a lawyer who writes intellectual property. You have no intellectual property contracts. You do not know anything about Hollywood, about writing, about contract negotiations or contract formation.
I know you could not possibly have written the contract. Okay, hey, Felicia Day, we're going to write separate contracts. So you get the writing for each person, right? That's great. So you guys could just hand over your rights to all this, right? That's fantastic because you guys wrote the game that you're playing. No, actually, that's Dungeons and Dragons. So you're selling me the rights for each of your characters individually as you're writing them. So I'm making contracts with each individual writer. But you guys are making a story in an intellectual property that you don't own, right?
The game Dungeons and Dragons is a rule set. They were playing the game, and you have characters. And by the way, 5th edition at this point has been put into Creative Commons, which affects things anyway. And I'm pontificating a little bit about this as a lawyer who does not specialize in intellectual property rights. But you have no understanding of the law whatsoever. You're just like making up shit in your head. Dude, it is what it is, bro. You don't know what you're talking about, man.
But you could sell me your story rights for this world you didn't create and that you don't have any legal right to. Is that right? Yeah, okay. Then let's take it further. Then later, right, after Vox Machina.
This is all word salad because none of the things about Vox Machina or whatever have anything to do with Dungeons and Dragons, Dungeons and Dragons.
One, right? Then Exandria, the world that Orion Acaba created an original character.
Orion Acaba, we do not know what he created, what he didn't create, and we do not know what he had the intellectual property rights for. People absolutely have the ability to formulate contracts that say two actors within an improvised space. You have this, you're going to be called upon to improvise lines, but the rights to these works, these things will wholly vest and belong to Critical Role, the Critical Role entity, these people, that people, the other thing. Also, at the time that he exited, he could have had some sort of severance package that says that for accepting this exit package, you will relinquish your rights to this, that, and the thing and the other. And it could have also included a non-disclosure agreement that says you'll not talk about this. You don't know this stuff, Scott. You can't even comprehend these things because you don't know anything about the law.
Character for that has been in every single episode of Vox Machina, Mighty Nine.
No, it hasn't. Again, this is just him making up shit that absolutely is 100% not consistent with the reality of what actually happened and what actually occurred. It took me 15 seconds of research to indicate and understand that J.Scott Garibay was just making up shit, either because he was just making up shit to make what he was saying sound real, or what I believe is the case, he just lives in a different world.
And Bell's Hells was literally then legally connected and made D&D canon.
His conception of what is D&D canon and what becomes D&D canon, talk about not understanding the law. His conception, like I said, of D&D canon, his conception of D&D canon now includes the notion that because there are official D&D Lego sets, that anything that is made into a Lego set is now D&D canon, right? So if they make a Harry Potter Lego set, Harry Potter is now D&D canon because you can add a D&D, take the Harry Potter D&D figurine and put it into the D&D play set. That means that click, click. He literally makes the sound click, clack, click, clack. And that's just like, that's like that's autism. That's like you're in a magical world where things now are interconnected. It's like HeroClix, but we're in the HeroClix, right? We're in the Matrix. Don't you understand? The code now speaks to the code. Where now you are your character and we are in the one. We're all in the Matrix. We're all in Minecraft now with Steve. It's magical thinking, but that's not how canon works.
Right? The contracts were signed so that the work they did way back then, okay, way back then is now legally connected to the world they didn't have rights to previously.
What?
Right? Are you following this? Right?
I'm following the fact that you seem to think that you're making sense, but what you're actually saying is absolute, completely word salad. If this is making sense to anybody, you need to follow the advice that I'm giving out freely to J.Scott Garibay, which is you need to talk to someone, a qualified mental health professional, and say, hi, I've been advised that the way that I'm thinking about the world indicates that I may need to talk to someone like you.
And now when they wrote that and they made Exandria the world that was legally that is now legally connected to Dungeons & Dragons, when they had no legal right to sell the rights to those stories to anyone, now...
Who are we even talking about? Do you understand? Can you follow? Who is the actor, right? Who is the subject of the sentence? Who has signed the contract? Who is the contract supposed to be binding on? Who is the hypothetical person that has done the wrong? And remember, we started off with the premise that no contract like this could be made. And when I'm formulating it in this way, I am giving J.Scott Garibay the absolute benefit of the doubt. The notion that this is all an act and that he's making it up and that he's doing this as some sort of elaborate troll is completely untenable. The individual is not processing reality correctly.
Ryan's cut out. So how did they get him to sign the contract for, hey, Tiberius Stormwind is not only going to be connected to every single character existing in non-player character and player character existing in Exandria. But now Exandria is being connected to Dungeons and Dragons, and the way Dungeons and Dragons works is they have 4 different methods, right? Spelljammer, Strixhaven, Planescape, and the Infinite Staircase to connect Tiberius Stormwind not just to Forgotten Realms and Greyhawk and Eberron, to literally every canon world Dungeons and Dragons connects to. And guess what? Lego Dungeons and Dragons just became a canon world. So
there you go. Exactly. Do you see how it works? In his mind, he believes that the contracts couldn't have possibly existed because the nature of Dungeons and Dragons and the world of Imaginarium, right, means that no contract could possibly be formed, because this Tiberius Stormwind, this character of Orion Acaba, can go through the Infinite Staircase to, Dark Sun and, Spelljammer, and now to Lego World, it can go to hang out with friggin', Ninjago. That inability to set up the boundaries in his brain between the real world reality of intellectual property rights and contractual, contract formation between actors and actresses on a, streaming set, and the imaginary implications of a gaming system. I'm not a professional, so I don't have the term for it. There's an absolute term for that fucking inability to do. And I'm not saying it doesn't mean that he shouldn't be driving a car or whatever, but he probably shouldn't be driving the car and getting this excited about things and making the video at the same fucking time.
Tiberius Stormwind is now literally written into the Harry Potter line, because
no, he is absolutely not. Harry Potter is the intellectual property right of noted friggin' turf, what's her face, douchebag deluxe. I fucking forget her name. I'm not gonna recall her name at 2:36 in the morning, right? What the fuck is douchebag deluxe's name? It looks like fucking no one in the There's more. Look at Philip Blair. There's more. Oh, no, I'm done. I've lost everybody. There's probably no one watching me right now. I've got like no viewers. I'm done. 4 people watching me live. We should start a movement, Justice for Orion Acaba. It's the randomness. Like, why am I watching this? It's like, what's sadder, the fact that he's gone on this thing, or that I'm at 3 hours and 27 minutes? What the hell is the lady's name who wrote friggin' Harry Potter? The Turf. Holy crap. Written by A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K. J.K. Rowling. Thank you. Thank you, brain.
Every Harry Potter Lego miniature is a Dungeons and Dragons, was made specifically to be included in the Lego Dungeons and Dragons world.
No, dude, did you just hear what he fucking said? Every Harry Potter character was made to be put into the official D&D Lego. That is fucking nuts, right? That's fucking nuts. I don't know. J.Scott Garibay claims that he's married with fucking 4 kids. I have no idea if that's true or not true. Right? I have no idea if anything this dude has ever said is true or not true. Right? Fucking A. You have no idea if anything I've ever said is true or not true too. Granted. but that is fucking out there, right? That is absolutely fucking out there. And that's why I know that nobody outside of the D&D, outside of the TTRPG YouTube space knows about Scott Garibay, but Scott Garibay deserves to be known. Deserves to be known in the same, with as much glory as King Cobra JFS, Darkside Phil, and, you know, the greats. Absolutely. Absolutely. That statement alone, right? Absolutely.
Scale, same minifigs, the whole nine.
Of course, Lego is all the same fucking scale, bro. Right? Lego is all the same fucking scale, bro. Right? It's all the same fucking scale, bro. Did you ever think about reverse, that every single thing in D&D Lego set was made to be canon to Lego?
And those characters literally can be mixed together. And your Tiberius Stormwind.
Why do you act like that's some fucking thing? Shit, like
will be mixed in as well. There was no legal possibility to create that contract.
I should go. Can you imagine it's like going into court? I just have one more question. You say that you wrote the contract with my client, Mr. Acaba, Mr. Mercer. Is that true? Yes, that's true. And you say that by rights, the character belongs to you and not Mr. Acaba. Is that true? That is true. Can you identify this for me? Excuse me? I said, can you identify this for me? That's a Lego minifig. Could you speak up, Mr. Mercer? It's a Lego minifig. It's a Lego minifig. Yes. Yes. Excuse me? Yes, it's a Lego minifig. Thank you. And what is this? Tiberius Stormwind. I can't hear you, Mr. Mercer. Could you speak up for the benefit of the jury? It's a Tiberius Stormwind Lego minifig. A Tiberius Stormwind Lego minifig. But I'm confused, Mr. Mercer. If this is indeed a Tiberius Stormwind Lego minifig, and then of course it can go in any Lego set, then how could Mr. Acaba give you the rights to this character? Excuse me? Excuse me? I said you could not. No further questions.
And the reason why is they didn't have a timesheet. They didn't know where any of this was going.
They didn't have a timesheet. They didn't know where any of this was going. And he knows because he was there. He was not there. He has no idea what he's talking about. He is just driving around endlessly during daylight hours when presumably he could be doing something with his life.
Right? I know that there was no contract to
You know nothing, sir. You know nothing.
cover what they're doing. And that's the simplest version. Even
that is absolutely not the simplest version. That was not a simple version at all.
After that, no sitcom in the history of the world has ever been written the way Vox Machina was written.
What are you talking about sitcoms for? Vox Machina was not a sitcom, and Orion Acaba was not on Vox Machina. He was on the first 27 episodes of the original stream of Critical Role.
This gets interesting. Does the Critical Role Dungeon Master and the Critical Role players even have a right to the story they created? Because they did not write it. There's somebody else in the mix. There's something else in the mix, right? So every other sitcom writer's like, hey, we're going to write this sitcom, and Sally's going to put the pie in Bob's face. Hey, was Bob blinded when the pie was hit him in the, did the edge of the pie plate blind him, and now the comedy is now a Last of Us sorrow show, and you know, like the writer's like, what are you saying, you know, Becky, what are you talking about? I know we just brought you into the writer room. Well, you know, like, what if the pie blinded? No, we're not going to do that. Well, no, I'm not saying that we're going to write in that the pie sheet blinded him. I'm just saying that we rolled this die here, and none of us in the room know what's going to happen next in the story, right? Both the Dungeon Master and the Dragon Masters, the players, were in.
Again, the made up terms. He doesn't call people who play Dungeons and Dragons the players. They're Dragon Masters, because to call them merely players when the guy at when the Dungeon Master is a Dungeon Master, to call the other people just players would be some sort of degradation. So he gives them these great elaborate titles of calling them Dragon Masters, and they're not just Dragon Masters. They each have an individual color dragon, the Gold Dragon Master and the Red Dragon Master. Again, I'll tell you the honest truth is there's no evidence that J.Scott Garibay has played with anyone other than one player at a time, because he's isolated from everyone in his playing community, because he's got a very, very bad reputation of being a kind of this same kind of, all due respect, lunatic in real life. There was an interview with someone that used to play with him in real life, and they explained that they wanted to be as cool with him as they possibly could, but it's very hard because he is this outrageous in person.
Interrupted by fate itself. The story that was written wasn't even written by them in a traditional way. It wasn't written like any sitcom.
Just like there have been shows that have been based on improv. People can improvise their lines. People can do things. And yes, there can be contracts that incorporate and take care of that.
Any drama, any novel ever, right? And that goes back to Gary Gygax. He created this thing. And I am telling you right now.
He didn't create it alone. He had partners in Dave Arneson. There were other people involved. You think that it's all just Gary Gygax because you're a Gary Gygax fanboy. Sorry for me. I'm losing my mind at 2:45 in the morning, and we'll have to stop soon. But hey, it's a journey.
Now, there are no laws in the world that cover any of this.
There are absolutely laws in the world that cover this. There have been improvised actors and improvised things. There have been cut up and improvised random, poetry books and stuff. This has absolutely been covered. This is just ridiculous what he's saying. None of this, what he's saying, makes any sense, except to him. God bless him. He's speaking out of ignorance. Child of God, child of goddess. Go with the Lord.
The American law system is 30 years behind to even have any possibility of.
He's gonna get hit by a car. That's like, look at Synergy Uplift is about to fucking kill him.
Writing any structure of ownership for any of this.
Meanwhile, 30 years ago is 1995. Okay. 1995, we had computers, we had all sorts of stuff going on. So 30 years ago, it was okay. We had the internet.
If there were contracts, right, with Felicia Day and Geek and Sundry, they mean nothing because they were in a narrative territory and intellectual property territory that has literally never been covered ever at even the remotest depth, right? And here's my point.
They have never been covered at even the remotest depth. That sentence made absolutely no sense. He's just making up shit as he drives around randomly down the highway. I don't know what he's doing with his life. I don't know what I'm doing with my life.
Right? So you and I have original characters. Do we want some crumpty judge coming up who knows nothing about Gary Gygax, nothing?
What do you mean? We talk about nothing about Gary Gygax. First of all, Gary Gygax is no stranger to court, okay? Meanwhile, what is your intellectual property rights in regards to a character sheet? Beyond the first of all, now that 5th edition is at, first of all, the OGL crisis and all that stuff, the SRD and all this stuff, and now that the 5th edition is in the Creative Commons, how the hell you want to talk about? Like, what is like litigatable about, the intellectual property? You have a character sheet, you have
about
names.
Tabletop role-playing games, nothing about the OGL crisis, nothing about emergent narrative to make this decision?
Emergent narrative has absolutely been covered. It's actually been absolutely understood. Like I said, improvised theater. I'm just not going to stop wasting my time causing this shit.
Or do we all do the right thing and you and I say to Matthew Mercer, this cannot go to court. This cannot go to court because nobody in the D&D community is going to be served by this. And if this does go to court,
who's talking about what is he talking about? When did we start going to court? I thought we were talking about Orion Acaba coming back to Critical Role. Now he's talking about shit going to court. No one's going to court. First of all, no one's going to court because Orion Acaba is not coming back to Critical Role, dude. There's no contracts in dispute. All this shit is just happening inside your head. If you're so upset about this shit, why don't you actually be true to your word? Stop just saying that you're a Christian. Go pray to Jesus for some clarity and peace of mind, because you're getting all upset about fucking nothing. If you're so concerned about the American male and all the suicide rates and whatever, stop driving around your car talking about bullshit nothing that has nothing to do with anything and go work at a fucking food bank. Right?
Acaba gets every single dime
like an adult.
Critical Role ever made, right? And also, you and I now have an ownership structure built for our original characters made by someone.
Your ownership structure for your original characters, the 5th edition is now in the Creative Commons. So the rule set is now in the Creative Commons. And as far as the intellectual property right for your character, everyone has intellectual property rights over anything that they come at, as far as if you come up with a name and a story and an idea for your character, that's always been covered by intellectual property. So what do you mean what are you talking about? The hell are you talking about?
Who doesn't even know what polyhedral dice are, right? So do we want to risk that, or do we all just want to do the extremely simple, extremely easy, extremely free, extremely right, extremely just thing, and return Orion Acaba to the table, right?
There's no connection between everything you just said and the notion of Orion Acaba being returned to the table. If you think that there is, it's because your brain is not putting things together correctly, which is why you need to chillax and go talk to somebody. That's not your camera. That's not YouTube. But it's someone that can talk to you about what's going on inside your head and figure out, you know what I mean, the proper maybe, and maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's not something. Maybe it's, you're just a unique individual who is just absolutely just such a unique thinker. Or maybe they'll say, hey, you know what? It does sound like there's a disconnect between, the processing here, and maybe you should think about this protocol, this medication protocol, and things might be easier for you in the workplace world.
That will immediately give him the fame and glory that everybody else has, and they don't even have to back pay him, right? The moment he gets, he sits down at the Critical Role table, it will open every possible door. He'll be able to go in and get a meeting at Amazon Prime. He'll be able to go in and get a meeting at Hasbro, Wizards of the Coast, just like Anjali Bhimani did.
Who's getting meetings at Hasbro, Wizards of the Coast? First of all, I don't know if you got the update, dude. Matthew Mercer they went their own way, and they're doing their thing with that friggin' bullshit game that they're doing, fucking with the panda bears and whatever that shit is. You know what I mean? They're not doing Dungeons and Dragons anymore. They're playing their stupid fucking dumbass game. I forget what it's called. Southpaw of Heaven, whatever the fuck that shit is. I don't know what the hell that stupid game is called.
Right? Hey, Anjali Bhimani, there's a guy over there who's written 3 tabletop role-playing games and has forgotten more about adventure design than you ever knew. He's outside. He didn't take his meeting. Oh, you said you're with Critical Role? Come right in. You're getting put on the sources page, and everything you just wrote is now D&D canon forever. You understand? Right? We need to do the right thing here. There is a lot more on the line than people understand, and none of this is simple. None of this is simple. Every single word you just heard is my humble opinion. Absolutely nothing more, absolutely nothing less. The important part is when I get to hear your humble opinion. When you get in the comments and send your traffic, please consider subscribing and have a fetch millennium.
We got 3 more videos.
Hi, friends. This is your pal, Scott Garibay, and today we're going to talk about Orion Acaba returning to Critical Role for episode 1 of.
Let's talk about privilege.
It's absolutely imperative that this happens, and we've reached a point where this really has to happen. And what I want to talk about today, and Matthew Mercer extending an invitation for Orion Acaba to return, because this is an injustice that's been going on for 10 years. And today, what I want to talk about is Orion Acaba as a member of a member of multiple marginalized groups, and how that means he is owed.
Okay, I'm going to stop and I'm going to tell you why. It's going to get good. This one, 789. Okay, so this is the member of a privileged group. Okay, so I'm going to stop because this one is going to get choice. And we are at 3 hours and 44 minutes. So we're at the 4-hour mark. And we're going to, and I don't think that people are going to get. This has nothing to do with the world. Also, Scott, the world's problems will disappear when Orion returns. No one is going to get to the 4-hour mark, right? No one is going to get to the 4-hour. Well, I have 11 people watching. I almost want to keep on going because we have 11 people watching, but there's no way, dude. Folks, if you're watching now, start from the beginning because this has been a 3-hour and 44-minute stream. I could watch 3 more videos, but I feel as though the right thing to do is let people chew on this 4 hours of brilliance, and then we'll come back and we'll do the next 3 videos either tomorrow or the next day or the day after that. I am going to be doing J.Scott Garibay from now on. No one wants to watch TTRPG videos. They don't. But I have a feeling they're going to want to watch me talk about J.Scott Garibay. God bless you all. God bless you all who have watched this stream so far. Holy fucking crap. This guy is on one. God bless this motherfucker. I love this guy. We're the ones that I've added to the playlist that we haven't gotten to. Holy crap. I know that we're going to get to the one with privilege. It's choice. It's choice. It's so choice. It's so choice. When he gets to talking about who's a privileged class and who's not a privileged class, oh, it's so good. 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 It's Scott Garaby's take on who's privileged and who's not a privileged class. It's so fucking good. It's so good. It's so good. It's so fucking good. Right? But we've got a lot here, folks. We've got a lot here, folks. But we gotta stop. I gotta stop. Or one more. Let's go. Or one more. Or should we just fucking marathon it? 8 of Swords. 6 of Swords. Science. Silence! You blinded me with technology, dude. We're going back in, bro. We're going back in, bro. Fuck it. Mario Heat, I blame you, bro. Everyone who dumped out, you're idiots. Because we're going back in like assholes. I can't believe we're doing this shit. Oh no. Oh no, you motherfucker. Here we go. Wait, which one am I showing? Hold on, wait, no, I'm showing the wrong screen. Wait. That was almost embarrassing. Hold on, wait. Let me do that again. But then I lost everybody. Hold on.
So
those poor people, I lost everybody.
What ethnicity is Orion Acaba? We don't know. He has never declared. Right? Now, this is very common in Hollywood, right? So Orion Acaba works in Hollywood. We lost all these people when I told them that we're Hollywood celebrities to do, so that they can play anything, right? They can, Right. Now, it is my humble opinion. He has never claimed to be a person of color. Okay.
We can't. We lost all those people, dude. We lost all those people. We lost like half of the audience. Now we're going back up. So we're doing it. We're doing it. Let's rewind this shit. We're doing it.
Hi, friends. This is your pal, Scott Garibay, and today we're going to talk about Orion Acaba returning to Critical Role for episode 1 of season 4, how it is absolutely imperative that this happens, and we've reached a point where this really has to happen. And what I want to talk about today, and Matthew Mercer extending an invitation for Orion Acaba to return, because this is an injustice that's been going on for 10 years. And today what I want to talk about is Orion Acaba as a member of a member of multiple marginalized groups, and how that means he is owed something extra from the other Critical Role members. All right, so
okay, that he's owed something extra from the other Critical Role members because he's a member of a marginalized group. Meanwhile, okay.
So it is my humble opinion about the following. Okay, so first of all, and I'm inviting correction. I'm gonna share my understanding, and if you have any sources that can that indicates anything I'm saying is wrong, I would love to see them so that I can correct my opinion. All right, here we go. So I looked it up. What ethnicity is Orion Acaba? We don't know. He has never declared it. Right now, this is very common in Hollywood. Right, so Orion Acaba works in Hollywood, and this is very common for Hollywood celebrities to do, so that they can play anything. Right, they can right. Now, it is my humble opinion, he has never claimed to be a person of color.
Okay.
And so,
well, the great thing about being a person of color is that there's some aspects of being a member of a marginalized group that you would have to declare, like being LGBTQ, or may have to declare. There's certain things that you don't have to declare because they're self-evident, like being a person of color, because people can see that you're a person of color, like Orion Acaba, who's a person of color.
So now, if he was a person of color, Critical Role would owe him.
Or being a woman, like several of the other cast members of Critical Role, who presumably wouldn't owe another member of a non-privileged class anything because they too are not members of the privileged class. But again, none of this is relevant for any reason.
Something. The rest, every other member of Critical Role would owe him something. What would they owe him, right? They would owe him more respect, more kindness, and more tolerance. Why? Isn't that DEI stuff, Scott? No.
There's also another way to look at things where every human being owes every other human being, regardless of the color of their skin, their gender, or their sexual preference, a baseline of basic human dignity and respect. And if everybody treated everybody with a basic baseline of human dignity and respect, everything would be fine.
No, this is what Critical Role claims, right? Critical Role are not, they don't sit on the fence. These guys are activists, right?
Are they? Are they activists?
They are extremely political, extremely left, right? And they are judgy AF. Okay?
Are they judgy AF? This is another thing, is that this is going to be Scott, presumably, judge not lest you should be judged, being himself judgy as fuck, being judgmental of lefties, acting as though lefties are judgy. Meanwhile, hey, not to be a dick about it, but one could say on the left and on the right, there are judgy people on both sides of the aisle. Are you going to tell me that there aren't people on the right who are judgy? Come on.
Okay. Judgy AF. They present as progressive, they present as kind, they present as tolerant, and they present as allies of the African American community. Okay.
And that makes them judgy?
And other people of color, right? They do not make any bones about it. They're like, we are for representation, and we are attempting to give representation in our work. All right, we're not just a global corporation. We're a good, kind corporation. That's what they're presenting, right? It's not me saying that. Go on. They do a ton of charity work. They have stood very staunchly against conservative and traditional politicians. They've done it.
Okay.
Multiple times, many times. Okay. So if you're presenting as progressive and kind and tolerant, and it's part of your brand, and it is very much part of your brand, then what you're saying has to be real. It can't be superficial or performative, right? All right. So if he was a member of if it was a person of color, they would certainly own that. Now, he is not identified as a person of color, but he absolutely belongs to multiple marginalized groups. He checks multiple marginalized groups checkboxes. Okay, all right. Now, why is that? Why is then he do anything from the rest of Critical Role? Because none of them do. Not a single one of, not one other person, right, in Critical Role is a member of any marginalized group.
They are multiple women on the cast of Critical Role. I don't know if J.Scott Garibay understands this, but women are considered part of a marginalized group, that marginalized group being female.
They're all members of outrageously privileged groups. They're all Caucasian, okay?
I don't know if that's true either. Also, they have, it's been pointed out in the comment section below this video, they've had multiple other fill-in people who are also people of color. And Scott has corrected and said, oh, but those people are only guests.
Every single one of them. Let's count them off, right? Matthew Mercer, Marisha Ray, Travis Williams,
a woman.
Laura Bailey,
woman.
Ashley Johnson, Calvin
woman.
Jaffe, Liam O'Brien, Sam Riegel. White people to the last, am I right? Okay, all members of a privileged group. Okay, now why does that matter, Scott? Guess what? The only person of a marginalized group, they took him out, right?
No, I've covered this. He is discounting the fact that women are part of a marginalized group. And also, I don't know, but if any of those individuals are LGBTQ, they're also considered part of a marginalized group. It doesn't matter if Scott doesn't believe that those people count as a marginalized group. He makes another video later on, we're not going to cover it today, where he thinks that LGBTQ people no longer count as a marginalized group because they've quote unquote made it. I pointed out in the comment section of that video that this year, Donald Trump signed an executive order trying to remove all transgendered people from the military service. So much for that argument. But again, Scott seems to be, not too aware of current events, despite thinking that he's somewhat of a political pundit.
Immediately in season 1, that ain't right. That ain't right, right? And because that indicates that all that, oh, hey, we stand with,
But let's look like he washed his hair today.
Stand with marginalized groups. That seems to make that very superficial and performative, right? And we're all on the lookout for that right now, right? Aren't we? Are we looking for global corporations that are pretending to be good and kind and tolerant, but actually aren't? Right? That's a big deal. That is a very big deal, and we're not standing for that anymore, right? All right. So that's my point. Okay. His position as a member of multiple marginalized groups, means that he is owed more from the rest of Critical Role. This is
that's an assumption that he'd be owed more. I don't think he's owed more. I think he'd just be owed basic, like I said, the same basic human dignity and respect as any other member of the cast. But then again, remember, folks, full context, Orion Acaba stopped working on amicable terms with the rest of Critical Role 9 years ago.
Very important and very critical, and it's not acceptable to just for them to treat him the way they are treating.
They're not treating him any way. He stopped working with them 9 years ago. They haven't talked shit about him. There's no talk about anything. This is all just occurring in J.Scott Garibay's head. The fact that this is a problem, the fact that they're treating him bad, the fact that they've assembled a pain cage and exiled him to it. This is all just happening inside one man's head, that man being J.Scott Garibay. God bless him.
He deserves better. He deserves more. And because
why does he deserve better and deserve more? What exactly has he done? He worked on a gig. He, for whatever reason, wasn't invited back to continue on that gig. That happens, right? If he was terminated unjustly, he could have brought a wrongful termination lawsuit at a point in time when the statute of limitations allowed, which would have been sometime before 9 years had elapsed. He didn't do that.
And hey, if these guys are like Michael Rosenbaum, hey, I'm a dyed-in-the-wool Hollywood guy, I don't care about anybody or anything, if they weren't presenting as allies to multiple marginalized groups, then they could get away with this, but they're not, right? They are.
Get away with what? What exactly? Again, J.Scott Garibay has yet to present what crime that they've done other than some imaginary crime in his head of having the audacity of being successful post the leaving of one of their cast members.
They're putting on their, empathic I care face, right? So once you do that and you have millions of people coming to you, buying your products to support your overall brand, right? Then that means your support for members of marginalized groups cannot be superficial and performative. It needs.
What makes it superficial and performative when they've had multiple guests on who are LGBTQ and people of color? Right?
Needs to be genuine. And right now, I believe that the continued exile, the continued cage of shame,
the continued exile and cage of shame. What continued exile and cage of shame? Orion Acaba left. They didn't have him go continue 9 years ago.
That Critical Role has built and is maintaining. Oh man, they're hammering out the new bars on his game.
They're not doing anything. They're not hammering out any new bars. This is all occurring in J.Scott Garibay's own personal head.
On his cage of shame, right? This has got to end. This cannot continue. You cannot present as progressive, ally of marginalized groups, kind and tolerant, right? If you're not, this has got to get fixed. Every single word you just heard is my humble opinion. Nothing more, nothing less. The important part is when I get to hear your humble opinion.
Also, I just want to say that there's nothing to indicate on the record that J.Scott Garibay is a fan of people of color or that he's an ally of LGBTQ people or whatever. He's just basically using that now to basically make this point for his grand Orion Acaba fixation thing. He's a conservative guy. He voted for Trump. You know what I mean? He hasn't said anything about the, he's going off on Orion Acaba. He hasn't said boo about, the people being deported without, due process to countries where they have which is even their point of origin of birth or whatever. So, with all due respect, you did, so, but let's go on.
When you get in the comments,
Marty continues.
Please consider subscribing and have a fetch millennium. Hi, friends. It's your pal Scott Garibay, and today we're going to talk about Orion Acaba, and we are going to talk about this idea. So people are defending leaving out Orion Acaba right now. I believe that there is no defense for continuing to cut Orion Acaba out of what he of the wealth.
Was there ever real friendship in Critical Role? My God. This is the second to last video. We are in the home stretch.
Wealth he is building literally today for Critical Role, right? So everybody's like, oh, hey, they moved on from Orion. They moved on from the person. They didn't move on from his work. They are still using him to promote Critical Role today, right? So that's not fair. But there's this idea, people say, hey, you can't bring him back because this is a friendship and you can't insert somebody into a friendship group, okay? So now let's examine that, okay? I want to examine that. So first of all, come on, even you critters know that. So let's cut this into two questions, right? There's no defense that Critical Role is now still a friend group. That's absurd, right? Like, friend.
How would he know? He's not there. He's not privy to their conversations. He's not privy to what's going on behind the scenes. He has no idea what's happening or what's going on.
Groups don't have a CEO. We're like, oh, my best buddy is the CEO. Yeah, like, wait, it's a global. Critical Role at this point is a global corporation, right? There's
a global corporation. They are a group of individuals who film a stream in LA or whatever the fuck they do. I have no idea really what they do. A global corporation is a corporation like a multinational like Exxon or like, Time Warner. I have no idea. I don't think I would define them as a global corporation.
There's no friendships, right? Like Travis Willingham is like, well, this is going to be your raise this year, like friend, like that's absurd, right? Like if there was that, okay,
you don't know what's going on. You have no idea what their friendship is like. You have no idea what the camaraderie level is. It is what it is.
We're going to discuss, was there ever a real friendship there? We'll get there, right? But let's stop pretending, okay? Critical Role no longer functions as a friend group. And if they do, it's outrageously wrong because there are literally paychecks being paid, right? Like,
there could be paychecks between friends.
Travis Willingham is a chief executive officer, right? But his wife works at the corporation, right? There's points where he has to sever friendship. He has to sever spousal relationships to make hard decisions to run a global corporation with
it's not a global corporation.
1,000 SKUs, right? Like the idea that this a friend group is absurd at this point, okay?
You would have no idea. You've never run a corporation, let alone a corporation the size of that op. You have no idea what friendships can and cannot be maintained. Absolutely, people at different levels of executive functioning maintain friendships with employees. And can it get awkward? Can it get weird? Do people have to be terminated? Does it get awkward? Sure. But absolutely, people do have friendships with people in their businesses. Yes.
So and if you
meanwhile, bands are often run like corporations and businesses as well. They get strained sometimes. Some bands get more awkward than others. But yeah, people can oftentimes still remain friends.
Have any ridiculous defense that you still think Critical Role is a friend group, I'd love to hear it below. All right. But here's the question. Were they ever really friends? Okay. And if that's the case, if they really were friends, then isn't it wrong to insert somebody into that friend group? Okay. It's a valid question. So I'll ask the question one more time and then I'll answer it. Was Critical Role ever a real friend group? No, 100% no, right? Why can I say that? There's a Hollywood group, right? This is a group of Hollywood people. Hi, buddy. Or like, these people shank each other in the back all the time. Are you kidding me?
I think this is the one we get to where he's going to start talking about Hollywood people, like he's ever been to Hollywood, or he's ever worked in Hollywood, or he knows, like, if you've worked in Hollywood, like, you know, everybody in Hollywood is always like this. This is like everyone in Hollywood is like, you got to be butt banged to like work in a sitcom or whatever, or it's all the boule or whatever. Like, there's just insane stuff that it's just a guy in Pennsylvania who's never been anywhere imagining what things like are in Hollywood.
They will, tear each other down to get one more rung up the ladder, right? Hollywood is a very difficult business, right? And these guys have scaled the Hollywood mountain to the point where they're taking meetings with Jeff Bezos, right? There are billions of dollars on the line for Critical Role, right? This business is at scale, right? And Ashley Johnson was booked in The Last of Us with Pedro Pascal, right? Like, this is real, right? This is real.
That has nothing to do with Critical Role. That's a job and a gig she had outside of Critical Role. What does one have to do with the other? Absolutely nothing. It's linked in his head because he has trouble separating one topic and subject from another.
Hollywood people do not have friendships, right?
Hollywood people do not have friendships is a horrible thing to say. He claims to be a Christian. Judge not lest ye be judged. He just judged people. All people in Hollywood are like this. Okay? That is a presumptuous thing to say. Nobody in Hollywood can maintain friendships is a ridiculous thing to say. There are Christians in Hollywood. There are people in Hollywood, regardless of their religious faith, who absolutely maintain friendships. There are conservatives in Hollywood. There are Republicans in Hollywood. There are progressives in Hollywood who can maintain friendships. There are sober people in Hollywood. Are there drug addicts in Hollywood? Are there bad people in Hollywood? Are there people that use the casting couch in Hollywood? Absolutely. Are there people that abhor the casting couch in Hollywood? Absolutely. Are there bad people? Yeah. Are there good people? Absolutely. But he's going to paint them with one brush. Why? Because he's just a guy who drives around in his car and talks into his one friend, the camera.
Right? They have business relationships that they call friends.
And all lawyers are sharks, right? And Jews love money. And girls can't drive cars. And all Irish people drink. It's a ridiculous statement made by a small-minded person.
Right? For you and me are real people, right? Like, we live in the real world.
You and me are real people. Who is me? Who is you and me? You're making a statement on YouTube that goes out on YouTube to everyone who just happens to tune in to your video. Anyone can tune into your video. Rapists can turn into your video. Nuns can tune into your video. People in Hollywood can turn into your video and enter this whole turn into a whole existential mire, right? We're real people because we're not in Hollywood, but anyone in Hollywood is not a real person. actors aren't real people. Meanwhile, you're doing this all for Orion Acaba. FYI, in case you're curious, Orion Acaba is an actor in Hollywood. You're an idiot. You're a judgmental jerk. You claim to be a Christian as you judge people who you've never met. You judge a whole city full of people because you're a sad sack and you don't like your life and you feel like they're judging you just because you tune on Critical Role and you think that they got more money than you or whatever. So you're just going to disparage them and say all this shit. They can't have friendships and they're not real people. What a crappy garbage thing to say. But it's okay, dude. Because you're saying it because you're hurt inside or because there's something wrong with your brain.
World. We're not millionaires, and we don't have access to billionaires.
Some of us are millionaires. Did you realize that? Your YouTube video is going out to a whole bunch of people, and some of them are millionaires, dude.
Right? And I can tell you right now, you and I know what friendships are, right? And they're difficult.
You and I know. Do you know what friendships are? Do you know what friendships are? Do you know what friendships are? Don, Armand, Dave. Like, I don't got like a shit ton of friends, but those are like 3 dudes I've hung out with recently. Like real people in the real world. Like I went to shows with. You know what I mean? Like not a ton of dude. I'm like 50 years old. Like I'm hanging with like a million people. Do you know what friends are? Because if you were my friend, I'd be like, dude, what the fuck are you doing, man?
To maintain. They are literally impossible to maintain in Hollywood.
They are not impossible to maintain in Hollywood. They are not impossible to maintain in Hollywood. There are people in Hollywood, I guarantee you, that are maintaining friendships in Hollywood. And you know how you know? Because Hollywood was literally recently on fire. Okay? Those people survived because of their friendships. You know how you know? There were people making YouTube videos that were like, holy shit, my friend had to come get me and he had to put me in my car. And oh my God, I don't know what I did. I'm staying at my friend's place tonight.
Are no friendships in Hollywood, right?
That is the craziest, zaniest, craziest, not bizarre thing to say about other people in other part of the country, man, who are also, you were talking all this shit about American males. Guess who's out in Hollywood, dude? By definition, like 49% of the people in Hollywood are American males, bro. What's fucking wrong with your mentality, homie?
Right? There are simply societal predators that are all trying to scramble to the next.
That is the most, first of all, you do understand that not everyone in Hollywood is involved in the entertainment industry, right? You get that, right? That they've got like Dunkin' Donuts and gas stations and like places where they like I knew people out in Hollywood that worked at this like place where they made plastic cups. That's what they did. I knew another place where they made all they did was they made like shit out of rubber. Like they made like inflatable like beds and like pools and shit, like everything like that you could make that was inflatable. Like that's what they did. They weren't involved in the movie industry or like entertainment and shit. Truck drivers. You know, they've got churches and temples and synagogues in Hollywood. Synagogues, right? Please don't go all Kanye West on me, dude.
It's wrong, right? And so I think they sold this to critters as a friendship because that's comfortable for friends, for critters to believe. But the reality is none of these people were ever friends, right? Now they were.
You would know because you know you hang out with them all the time.
Lovers, right? In fact, literally three different. There literally were at minimum 3 pairs of lovers within the Critical Role group. They mixed professional and personal in a gumbo and stirred it vigorously, right?
Let's talk about that stuff. You'll discount the fact that they were friends, but you'll make sure to talk about them being lovers. I believe that some of them are married, right, and have kids.
Now, the other thing is, if you believe for 1 second that those 3 announced pairs were the only people that were paired, I got some farmland I'd like to sell you.
So let's talk about that because you'll pontificate and judge them about that and speculate about that because you know so much about that because you know about that because you don't know anything, bro, but whatever.
I got some swampland I'd like to sell you. Yeah, right. Mm-hmm. So this is my point, right? Like, these people were never friends. They were Hollywood acquaintances who put a label on it, and that label was a sticker with very weak glue, right? There were never any genuine friendships within Critical Role. The idea that there were is ridiculous. And because of that, because it's an actual business, they absolutely can insert Orion back into that group, that Hollywood social predator group, right? And he can swim and he can climb the rungs himself, right? But the answer is no. There was never any real friendships among Critical Role. And that is a reason that should not be honored against Orion for not bringing him back.
So they were never really friends. And so because they were never really friends, anybody could be reintroduced. Makes no sense at all.
Every single word you just heard is my humble opinion. The important part is when I get to hear your
not a humble opinion
get the comments and send your traffic. Please consider subscribing and have a fetch millennium.
Last fucking video to go.
Hi friends, it's your pal Scott Garibay, and today we are going to talk about Orion Acaba returning to Critical Role for season 4, episode 1, why it's absolutely imperative.
This one's called Critical Role lead Matthew Mercer and the needed return of Orion Acaba super hyper intensity team. This may be the one where he calls everyone a shit. Let's see.
Matthew Mercer extends that invitation. All right. So today what I want to talk about is this idea that Orion Acaba should return, can't return to the table because he's not a good person like all the other Critical Role people, right? So it's
4 hours and
ridiculous, right? They're like, oh, Scott, you can't bring Orion Acaba back. He was a toxic player, a lot of bad behavior, a lot of cheating, a lot of lying. Just a real terrible person, Scott. You couldn't possibly put him at the table with these pure
transformative work. Fair use.
Did you say angels? You said that Orion Acaba cannot return to Critical Role because Matthew Mercer and Marisha Ray and Travis Willingham and Laura Bailey and Ashley Johnson and Sam Riegel, excuse me, and Liam O'Brien and Towson Jaffe. You cannot. Those guys are just the purest driven snow angels.
I've been watching this guy for 4 hours and 17 minutes. The 8 people watching me, thank you, Jesus. Thank you for watching me with this stream for 4 hours and 17. I'm like King Cobra JFS watching like fall apart. Even Mario Heat jumped out. Holy crap. I told everyone that I was going to end like an idiot, and then I kept on going. And now 9 people are watching me. Holy crap. This is terrible.
Possibly could. Oh, are they? Are there? You can't put Orion Acaba back there because he's toxic and they're all just precious. Oh, put them right in the convent. They're all the best people. They're utter shits.
Here we go. Thank you. Mario, please tell me you're back. Because this is the one where he calls everyone shits. And again, J.Scott Garibay. Christian. Judge not lest ye be judged. Oh, wait. Let me call people who I've never met shits. Because...
excuse me. And Liam O'Brien and Towson Jaffe, you cannot. Those guys are just the purest driven snow angels. You possibly could. Oh, are they? Are they? You can't put Orion Acaba back there because he's toxic and they're all just precious. Oh, put them right in the convent. They're all the best people. They're utter shits. They're utter shits. Every single one of them to the last. They are shits. Utter shits. Let's get into this. All right. Okay. Let's have real talk. Wait a second, Scott Garibay. You're an evangelical Christian. You can't say that Matthew Mercer is a shit. You can't say that his wife, Marisha Ray, is a shit. You can't say that Travis Willingham is a shit. You can't say that his lovely wife, Laura Bailey, is a shit. You cannot possibly say that Ashley Johnson is a shit. You cannot possibly say, Scott, you're an evangelical Christian. You can't say that Sam Riegel's a shit, right? You cannot possibly say.
Wait, I want to play this at normal speed because I don't want to. I'm playing at 1.5. I want to make sure that I'm playing this at normal speed because I don't want to give like an undue impression that this guy is like absolutely. If I play it at normal speed, he comes off zany enough. I don't need to be accused of like making it out worse than it is. It's bad enough. So once more from the top at normal speed, this is going to be J.Scott Garibay telling us as an evangelical Christian that people he never met are absolute total shits because they had the audacity of deciding not to work with an individual that he has decided to fall in love with spontaneously at the beginning of a new season, not for views, of course, but simply because he's fallen in love with the guy who they decided to not work with over 9 fucking years ago. And I'm watching this because I guarantee you, if I made a video about actual TTRPG content, no one would watch it.
Hi, friends. It's your pal, Scott Garibay, and today we are going to talk about Orion Acaba returning to Critical Role for season 4, episode 1, why it's absolutely imperative Matthew Mercer extends that invitation.
If that can happen.
So today what I want to talk about is this idea that Orion Acaba should return, can't return to the table because he's not a good person like all the other Critical Role people, right? So it's such ridiculousness, right? They're like, oh, Scott, you can't bring Orion Acaba back. He was a toxic player, a lot of bad behavior, a lot of cheating, a lot of lying, just a real terrible person, Scott. You couldn't possibly put him at the table with these pure Critical Role angels. Oh,
meanwhile, I don't think anyone's ever said that the other guys are pure angels. They just said that Orion Acaba cheated. He took up too much energy in the room. He was annoying, and he derailed the action, right? And they didn't like him. A lot of the audience members said they just didn't like the guy.
Oh, did you say angels? You said that Orion Acaba cannot return to Critical Role because Matthew Mercer and Marisha Ray and Travis Willingham and Laura Bailey and Ashley Johnson and Sam Riegel, excuse me, and Liam O'Brien.
I love the fact that he apologizes for mispronouncing the dude's name right before he's about to scream that the guy's a total shit.
And Towson Jaffe, you cannot. Those guys are just the purest driven snow angels you possibly could. Oh, are they? Are there? You can't put Orion Acaba back.
Meanwhile, the guy's behind the wheel of an automobile. And he's about to fucking absolutely have a total, absolute fucking hyperbolic freak out. Can you imagine if you were driving next to this guy and you all of a sudden see him fucking tweaking out like this?
There, because he's toxic and they're all just precious. Oh, put them right in the convent. They're all the best people. They're utter shits. They're utter shits. Every single one of them to the last. They are shits. Utter shits.
Are they?
Let's get into this.
Get into it, dude.
Okay.
Lay it down.
Let's have real talk.
Wait
a second.
Let's have some real talk.
Scott Garibay, you're an evangelical Christian. You can't say that Matthew Mercer is a shit.
It's not that you can't. It's that you shouldn't.
You can't say that his wife, Marisha Ray, is a shit.
It's not that you can't. It's that you shouldn't.
You can't say that Travis Willingham is a shit.
It's not that you can't. It's that you shouldn't.
You can't say that his lovely wife, Laura Bailey, is a shit.
It's not that you can't. It's that you shouldn't.
You cannot possibly say that Ashley Johnson is a shit.
It's not that you can't, it's that you shouldn't.
You cannot possibly say, Scott, you're an evangelical Christian. You can't say that Sam Riegel's a shit.
It's not that you can't, it's that you shouldn't. And are you an evangelical Christian? Are you? You can say that you're an evangelical Christian. Anyone can say that they're an evangelical Christian. Are you?
Right? You cannot possibly say that Taliesin Jaffe is a shit. You can't say that Liam O'Brien is a shit. You can't say that, Scott. You can't swear.
You can do whatever you want. Hey, you can go out and kill a guy, right? You can go murder someone. You shouldn't. And also, there's no point. You also, guess what? There's no, you can't do the legalese with it either. You can't be like, I'm an evangelical Christian. I'm going to go murder this dude, but then I'm going to go confess to the Lord and it'll be okay. That's not how it works.
Swear. You're exactly right. I can't swear. I'm not allowed to swear.
And yet you just did.
I can't say those people are shits.
And yet you just did.
They said it. They said it on day one.
They did? They said that they were shits on day one? Did they? Did they?
From the beginning. Let's get into it. All right. So
and also, you're going to say that their behavior gave you license to all of a sudden say all sorts of crazy stuff about them. This is like, this is like Sunday school stuff, man. It's like you're not going to be able to do this, bro.
First of all, I appreciate the conversation we're having very much. And one of the things
we're not having a conversation. You are talking into your camera.
Critters are saying is that you got to go back and watch from the beginning. You got a DYOR. You got to look at the beginning.
You can look in the comment section. No one is having these conversations he says are happening.
You got to look at the home games. You got to see it from the start, which I have been doing. And you know,
press X it out.
What I found? They're all shits. They're all shits.
Did you? Because you make a lot of videos in a day. You're telling us that you magically also had time to watch all of the live streams and all of the home games as well?
Single one of them to a last. And that's not me telling you that. That's them, right?
Can you show some receipts? Can you cite examples of them being quote unquote shits?
Do you know what they named their group at the beginning to tell you and me exactly who they are?
Meanwhile, the group at the beginning would include Orion Acaba, so I guess he was telling us that he was a shit too. So I don't know what the fuck the point would be.
Super hyper intense team.
Wow. Oh, get it. Super hyper intense team. So they told us that they were shits. Ha 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 ha.
They named their play group shit. They're all shits.
Dude, you need to relax, bro. You are over the edge and you are behind the wheel. You are a father of 4, presumably. Don't you know that your life has value? You were getting far too upset about Orion Acaba, who is absolutely, with 100% certitude, not going to be on Critical Role. You need to meditate, bro. For a guy that is a born-again Christian, you seem to have gotten no relief from that relationship, which is like not how it's supposed to work.
Literally, they're shits.
They're not shit, bro. They're human beings, man. You shouldn't talk about people like that.
Said it from the start.
It's a joke, bro.
Right? This is my channel, right? I tell you what's going to happen. I give you the real conversation.
Whoa, it's your channel on YouTube, and you make content, and we watch and observe it, and then we'll make judgments upon your content, and we'll make up our own opinions accordingly. You're like on some sort of freaky thing now. You're like you're getting too worked up.
I take the conversation where others don't.
Okay, now you're getting like, you're not taking the conversation where other people don't. You know, don't get too high on your own supply, Scott. Okay. This is a nice car, though. You keep it clean.
That's why I have hundreds of people here involved in this conversation.
You don't have hundreds of people here involved in this conversation. You got to also be aware of the fact that look at your analytics, because there might be people that are like tuned in for like 30 seconds, realizing that you're not, because the way that you title your videos, there are a whole bunch of people that obviously tune into your videos because they think that you're dropping new information about Orion Acaba actually being on Critical Role, coming back to Critical Role. They watch and then they realize that you don't have new information and then they just tune out, bro. Or there's people that are just like watching you like I am. They're watching you because they're like, holy shit, this guy's fucking crazy. And like, that's not the kind of attention that you want necessarily. Okay. They're not watching you because you're taking the conversations in new directions. They're watching you because you're making an ass out of yourself. Okay. They're not laughing with you. They're laughing at you. Okay.
And that's why people come back, even when they say they won't. I got people coming in the comments saying, I don't like what you say. I'm sick and tired of it. Bye. A week later, a day later, a month later, right back in the comments because they're not getting this anywhere else.
What they're not getting is you like, you know, saying like kooky, crazy stuff. It's not that they're tuning in because, you know, you're providing something like amazeballs. They're just like, they can't believe that you're still doing what you're doing. They can't believe that you like are just like still like going wild about like some like crazy thing that is like not happening. Also, you say things like that, like people are coming back or whatever. Like, I don't know that they are, bro.
Right? These conversations are not happening anywhere else.
Yeah, because you're out of your fucking mind. You're right. They're not happening anywhere else because your particular vantage point only exists in behind your eyeballs. You're right. You are the only J.Scott Garibay in the world. And like, yeah, that's technically on one level, like, kind of a good thing, but it's like there was only one Tiny Tim, right? Like the tiptoe through the tulips, right? That guy, his last concert performance was like no one was watching, and then he had a heart attack in the same joint and died, right? He made novelty records, bro. People people recognize him on the street will be like, oh man, can I get your autograph? Yeah, sure. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? Or that guy like Yahoo Serious or who is that guy? Emo Phillips.
I cover politics, right? I said
your politics are just, those were bizarre.
3 months before the election. On record, you can find it right
now. This is great. Watch this guy say everything you need to know about him as a Christian.
Donald Trump is going to win, right? And you know what I told people about Donald Trump? He's a liar.
You told them, you admitted that you voted for him. So you said he's a liar. So I'm not judging anyone else who voted for Donald Trump for whatever reason they voted for him. I'm judging J.Scott Garibay for voting for him because J.Scott Garibay says that he knew that he was a liar. So you knew that this dude was a liar, and then you voted for a liar as an evangelical Christian. So which means that you knew that someone was a sinner, a liar, and you voted for him anyway. That's bad news for you, bro.
He's a liar. The lyingest liar that ever lied. You know how I know Donald Trump is a vicious, useless liar? You know how?
So you voted for a vicious, useless liar. In your own estimation, you voted for that guy to be president of the United States, leader of the free world. That's on you, bro.
I know that, right? The reason I know that is he wrote a book called The Art of the Deal. He told
Well, first of all, he didn't write that book. It was ghostwritten for him because the guy can't, can barely read, but whatever.
everybody exactly who he was years before it arrived. Years before it arrived. Years before it arrived. Years. Right? Years before we arrived there. Right? And the thing is, they told everybody, we are Hollywood shits. Super, hyper intense team. We're shits. They're all shits.
It would be, first of all, it would be singular. It's, it's team. So it would be just shit. So they weren't shits. They were shit. Like, we are the shit. It would be a good thing. And also, it's a joke. It's obviously a joke, dude. And you need to relax.
Every single one of them.
And they're not shit. Stop talking about the people. They're human beings.
My issue is the audacity of them.
That's not your issue, man. You got a lot of issues, and your issue is not their audacity. Your issue is that you have not gone recently to talk to a qualified mental health professional to figure out what the fuck you're not taking that you need to take. In my humble opinion, as a dude who takes, not a huge amount of stuff, but a fair amount of stuff, and my life has been improved immensely, right?
Of these shits.
And you also need the Lord.
To say that Orion can't sit at the table. It's every single one of them is Hollywood to the core.
What does that mean to be Hollywood to the core? What does that mean to be Hollywood to the core? Hollywood is a geographical region in the United States of America, full of all sorts of different people, of all sorts of different ethnic backgrounds, religious backgrounds, and affiliations, some of which, a small minority of which, are involved in the entertainment industry that has a bad reputation for morals and ethics and shenanigans.
Right? Every single thing he's accused of, they've done it. Every one of them. There are no angels here. Ain't none of these people getting into the convent, right?
No, well, first of all, none of them getting into the convent. A lot of them are dudes, right? They're not getting into the convent because it wouldn't apply to them. Some of them are atheists. They want to go there anyway. And, if you're not Roman Catholic, you want to go to convent anyway because, whatever. Maybe there's other convents for other denominations either. It just wouldn't make sense to go to convent. You know what I mean? Why would you go there unless you're visiting?
None of them. Every single one of them is an unmitigated shit.
Well, stop talking about people like this. You're being very judgmental. And you're being rude to people. And you're also being, you're being mean.
They told you from the gate. They
didn't tell you anything. They had a joking name that doesn't like an acronym. I guess it's called Super Hyper Intensity Team. You need to relax, Scott. First of all, you're at this point, I gotta tell you something. You're just being a jerk.
Are all shits, and
they're not shits, man. Stop talking like that.
You're
being childish, is what you mean at this point. You know what I mean? And Orion Acaba is not going to be on the next thing in Critical Role. You know what I mean? We're gonna have to find another way to save the suicidal American males. And also, while we're at it, can I just say another thing? We need to be saving all the people that are feeling like they're suicidal, not just the males. We have to save everybody, right? Right, bro?
They are all shits. Now, this is my issue. I don't have any.
That's not you. Whatever you're about to say, I can guarantee you this. Whatever you're about to say is not your issue. You have a panoply of issues. I'm not saying I know exactly what they are, but what I do know is you're about to say something that is not any particular one of them. You're about to say some bullshit that you may think is your issue, but I guarantee you is not actually your issue.
Problem with them being shits, right? I don't have, and by the way, Christian can't say a swear word.
And yet you just did. And yet you just did all over the place. So what the fuck does that mean? You know what I mean? What the hell did you just say? That disconnect, that level of cognitive dissonance that we just saw him demonstrate indicates this guy is not playing with a full fucking deck. God bless him. God bless him. Someone should call his wife. This guy is really fucking out there. God bless him. First of all, it is what it is. It's not true, but it is what
Just saying, super hyper intense team. Shits. They told.
That's, yeah, you knocked it down to that. But it is, first of all, you're adding an S. You keep on saying this.
They are. They're shits. They're shits.
They're human beings. Stop it.
To the last. And
no, they're human beings.
The problem is the hypocrisy. Okay.
There's no hypocrisy. Talk about hypocrisy. We want to talk about the problem being hypocrisy. The problem is you can't take a joke. You're getting overworked up about nothing. Okay. I don't know what the fuck's going on with you, bro. You need you need water. You need to drink some water. Okay. First of all, you need to slow your car down. You need to stop making these videos while you're driving because it's not safe. You get too worked up. You get too amped up. It's not safe. Okay. You just need to chillax, bro. This has nothing to do with you. I don't know what you're doing. If you think that this is worthwhile getting these views, it's not. You're making an ass out of yourself on the internet, bro. Calm down.
I actually like that they're shits. That's why.
Now, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Watch the evangelical Christian hypocrisy go fucking atomic. Right? Watch it go fucking atomic.
Why Critical Role works. Because they're all monster humans straight out of the pit of Hollywood. Every bad checklist item. We know what happens on the backlots. We know
what happens at the backlots. Child molestation, child murder. I don't know what the hell he's talking about. We know what goes on. I know the rumors and innuendos. I have no idea what actually goes on in the backlots.
Oh, what happens at the hotels afterwards. And it's every one of them.
You just, first of all, if Scott actually had an audience, I would tell him, be wary that you don't want to walk into a defamation suit. Be careful of what you're accusing people of. I'm not saying that for real because no one watches his fucking videos. He has the reach of fucking Greedo, right? No one sees this shit, so it's not going to he's going to actually get sued by Matthew Mercer or whatever. But he's absolutely defaming people. He's accusing people of things, but it is what it is.
The idea that Orion Acaba is the villain. Orion Acaba.
No one suggests that Orion Acaba is a villain. He's just not working with it anymore, bro. Relax.
Acaba is toxic. Orion Acaba does these terrible Hollywood things.
No one accused him of doing terrible Hollywood things. They accused him. People suggested after he was no longer working with Critical Role that the reason he was no longer working with Critical Role was he took up too much energy at the table, that he was like a scene stealer. He cheated at the table, right? And he was obnoxious. That was the accusations as far as I was able to see. That was it. No one accused him of being a fucking, molesto. No one accused him of fucking harassing anybody. What are you talking about, bro?
The rest of them are perfect. They're shits to the last.
Look at this guy. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. No one touched your kids. No, what the fuck are you freaking out about, man? What are you fucking freaking out about, bro? You freak out about this if you're fucking talking about someone actually coming at your fucking friends or some shit. You know what I mean? Don't fucking freak out like this about fucking someone about nothing. What the hell are you doing, bro? Relax, man. You know what I mean? You were just flipping.
Shits to the last. They told you from the gate, right? And my issue is these shits saying you can't return to the table. Your behavior is toxic. Every one of them are Hollywood shits. Every one of them, right? Mm-hmm. And I'm here for it. I know I'm an evangelical Christian.
No, You say that you're an evangelical Christian? Anyone could say whatever the hell they want to. Anyone could say whatever the hell they want to about who they are. Anyone could say whatever the hell they want to about who they are. Right? But in fact, it's a hallmark sometimes of people not being certain things by how many times they tell you or need to tell you what they are, because it's not self-evident from their behavior what they're supposed to be.
Right? You want to go watch an evangelical Christian live action play? I certainly don't.
You don't? Why not?
Right? It's going to be boring as all get out because there ain't nobody there. Right?
So you're an evangelical Christian, but you don't want to watch an evangelical Christian live play because it'll be boring and there'll be no one there. So you want to go watch Hollywood shit from the pit of Hollywood made by people who do all that Hollywood back alley Hollywood stuff because that'll be exciting to you. Okay.
Where do we get the best entertainment?
It's like Bart Simpson. Everyone knows the best bands are affiliated with Satan.
Let's name it all. Jonathan Majors, Johnny Depp, Robert Downey Jr.
First of all, talk about judging people. Johnny, say what, you know what I mean? Like, hold on. He's going through people very, very fast, but like, hold on.
Robert Downey Jr.
Robert Downey Jr. is like clean and sober.
Hollywood shits to the last.
No. Robert Downey Jr. has been clean and sober for years. You have no right to speak about all these people in this way and in this fashion. You do not know these people. You're just saying nasty shit about people that you've never met and you don't know. You're just judging them.
Right? These people
Wrong.
Are in it. They are.
You don't know what they're in. You don't know what they're in. You're just coming off on some of your action. You're just talking about what's in your heart. And apparently evangelical Christian stuff is boring to you.
Are in it. And my issue is yes, mischief and worse with Orion Acaba. But if you think, right, that it ended there and the rest of these people are just the purest of driven snow angels, I need you to just look at the beginning. They're shits to the last. Shits to the last.
Look at his fucking face. Dude, look at his face, bro. This guy is like possessed.
And the problem is the hypocrisy. The problem
is the irony.
Is this idea that Orion Acaba, oh my goodness. Oh, look at the behavior there, the toxic behavior. Oh my goodness. Oh, my stars and garters, I couldn't possibly. Please. They're shits to the last. Every single one of them checks off the Hollywood checkbox every week. Right?
Look at that. Dude, look how, people go through phases. This guy's manic.
Right? And the difference is
possibly
the rest of them, the other 8 are like, oh, I'm pure as a driven snow angel. I belong at the table. Even
whoever said this, none of these people have ever talked shit, to the best of my knowledge, about Orion Acaba.
Those I've repeated every single thing Orion Acaba has done. They're all shits. They're all shits, literally. It's the name they gave themselves. They were like, hey, we don't want anybody to get confused. We're Hollywood shits. Here's the name. On day 1, right?
It's a joke.
The issue is the hypocrisy, right? Critical Role has to choose a lane. They have to choose a lane, right?
Do they? Do they have to choose a lane? Or can they just continue being an entertainment product for an audience of people who want to watch people play pseudo Dungeons and Dragons? Or what's going to happen if they refuse to pay attention to the rules of the almighty J.Scott Garibay? What's going to happen to them? Are you gonna make them suffer in the shame cage?
They could say, yeah, we're all Hollywood shits, right? Yes. Oh, and guess what? They were calling themselves shits when they were way back there. Way back there.
Mm-hmm.
Back when maybe some of the rays of friendship were real, right? These guys are millionaires now. They have global corporations.
It's not a global corporation, dude.
They've fired people, right? These guys are deep in it now, right? You think they're less shits now that they're rich?
Because rich people can't be good. Not at all. Impossible, right?
This is my issue, right?
What is your issue?
Oh, yes. Orion Acaba was a very broken, problematic person, right? I'm a very broken, problematic person.
Get out of town. You? A broken, problematic person? No way.
Right? But the reality is, let's stop pretending. This is where the best narratives come from, right?
Really? Get out of town. What?
Val Kilmer just died.
Val Kilmer died. He was I think he was either a Christian Scientist or a Seventh-day Adventist. He was a family man. He was not a sinful person. That was not his reputation in Hollywood. He did not have a reputation for being a bad boy in Hollywood. Okay? That was not his rep at all. So don't start talking shit about Val Kilmer, who just passed, because he was not a reputation of being a wild guy. Again, J.Scott Garibay is just going to talk all sorts of crap about people, qua them being from Hollywood. It's a nasty thing to do. It's just crappy.
You think that guy was a pure as a driven snow? Would take me to a convent?
He was. You want to look, dude, FYI. I mean, look, it's not for nothing. It is what it is. You know what I mean? Like, we'll look up the Wikipedia article, Early Life and Education. Kilmer was raised with Christian Science beliefs, which he maintained in general for most of his life. In 1977, Kilmer's younger brother, Wesley, who had epilepsy, drowned in a jacuzzi at age 16. He was a Christian Science. He maintained it for most of his life. Career fluctuations, personal life. Personal life. Kilmer was a lifelong Christian Scientist, and upon his throat cancer diagnosis, referred to it in the press as the suggestion of throat cancer, opting not to explicitly associate himself with such a diagnosis. He underwent recommended chemotherapy despite it being conventionally against his religion. In 2011, Kilmer sold his 6,000-acre New Mexico ranch where he would trek, hike, fish, and raise bison. Kilmer was an avid musician and released a demo album called Session with Nick in 2007. He was also an avid painter. Relationships and family. Over the years, Kilmer dated Cher, Leslie Ann Warren, Cindy Crawford, Angelina Jolie, Daryl Hannah, and Ellen Barkin. Kilmer was married to actress Joanne Whalley from March 1988 to February 1996. The two met while working together in the film Willow. They had two children, a daughter, Mercedes, born in 1991, and a son, actor Jack Kilmer, born in 1995. Yeah. You know what I mean? He was who he was. You know what I mean?
That dude had problems, and it showed up in his work. And my issue is not that there is problematic behavior on the part of Orion Acaba. My issue is the pretending. Oh no, I'm Matthew Mercer. My stars and garters. I could not possibly have Orion Acaba back at the table. Why, he's cheated on dice rolls, and I am as pure as a driven snow,
This is ridiculous.
perfect angel. I could not possibly return to the table with him. And Critters holding up this utter crap.
This is just ridiculous. It is what it is. We got to speedrun this shit.
They told you they're shits. They said it from day one.
He's repetitive.
Every single one of them is a shit, right? Including Orion Acaba. And he should take his shit. He should be the shit that sits in the seat on episode 1 of season 4. With the rest of the shits, they're all the same. And ain't not one of them is more deserving to sit there than Orion Acaba. And I'm sick of pretending that they are.
Whatever, dude.
Right?
Well, they're not coming back,
Orion
so it
Acaba
is
not
fine.
a hypocrite like the rest of them. If he is not back on episode 1, season 4, Critical Role,
what are you going to do?
The whole conversation on Critical Roles starts anew, starts fresh. It is we get what we need and what we want on episode 1 of season 4. Or I'm telling you right now, we start an entirely new conversation on Critical Role, and we decide if we need to rescind all the goodwill that the D&D community is currently giving them, or completely sever them from the community, and that's going to take chainsaws, right? Like
you're going to completely sever them from the community. Okay, bro. Okay, go for it, bro.
Their intellectual property and Critical Role Exandria from Dungeons and Dragons. That is.
Yo, you're going to separate Exandria from Dungeons and Dragons? Okay, bro.
Not going to be easy. I don't want to do that. Orion Acaba has to be back.
Well, he's not going to be back. I'd take that bet. So, good luck.
To be back. Episode 1, season 4. This has to happen. There is no path forward without it for Critical
Role. Okay.
Every single word, including shit, you just heard is my humble opinion. The important part.
It's not a humble opinion at all. It's been absolutely anything but a humble opinion. Thank God we're fucking done.
Don't get to hear your humble opinion when I get in the comments and send your traffic. And when you get in the comments and send your traffic, please consider liking and subscribing and have a fetch millennium.
Stop staying fetch millennium. I'm done. I'm done with this. Here we go. I'll be back with more of this eventually. Thank you, people. 11 people watching still. This has been a 5-hour stream. A 5-hour stream. A 5-hour stream. And I did not include all of the J.Scott Garibay videos of him talking about Orion Acaba. I most certainly am going to lose my voice in the morning. Traditionally end my streams with a tarot card. We got a double dose because I almost bailed out at one point. I'm like my almost worst enemy. I threw people. I was like, we had 11 people watching. I was like, oh, we're going to end. And then I came back for more like a fool. Jeez. My own worst enemy. We got one. Oh, shit. Ain't this the truth? 3 of discs. 3 of discs from the Toth Tarot. Labeled. Work. You better work. And oh, I bet, Lord have mercy. Lord knows that I worked this stream. It was a journey. And the craziest thing is, the zaniest thing is, when we come to in the morning, you better believe. You better believe. The dude is going to make more videos about this subject or another one. The dude is going to make more videos like this or about either Orion Acaba or about another subject that's equally as silly. And like I said, people aren't going to watch TTRPG content, but people seem to like to watch people talking about other people. So we're going to keep at it. and we're going to see where it goes. Like, comment, and subscribe. Like, comment, and subscribe. Patreon, PayPal, buy me a cup of coffee. Help this mother try and survive. I'm not going to have a voice in the morning. The struggle is real. I wonder if I was about to say I wonder if Orion Acaba is going to comment. I wonder if J.Scott Garibay is going to comment. We'll see. We'll figure it out, babies. I love you. I love you. I love you. Nobody told you I love you today. Somebody just did that. Somebody is Benjamin. AKA the guy that just did a 5-hour stream watching J.Scott Garibay. Time has lost all meaning. Everything's just a blur. Oh my God. It's like I haven't streamed on this channel for so long, and then it's just like did a 5-hour stream. It's like, did I save it up? Christ. No pun intended. Oh my God. I'll see y'all on the flip side. I'm about to pass out. I feel like I just gave birth to a J.Scott Garibay. Oh man, if I dream about him, I'm gonna lose it. Peace. Tell my story.